I am sorry. Are you okay?
Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the Voice of the People. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling, 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 hustling. Every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling.
He is the fighting pride of Omaha, Nebraska.
He's good at what he do.
Hey, Daddy.
Undefeated WBO lightweight champion of the world.
Hey, Daddy.
BoxingVoice.com. Taking, any credit away from Errol, he's a great fighter. He's good at what he do. But when you compare him to Terrence Crawford, there's no comparison.
This a dollar me.
I'm just a better fighter.
BoxingVoice.com.
Sit back and watch this. I promise you something. I promise you something. All that shit you talking don't mean nothing. I can bump my guns at you and you can bump your guns at me, but at the end of the day, them two brothers got to get in the ring.
Hey, Daddy. This a dollar me.
We've been here before. You try to get there. Alright? I can tell you how it is to be undisputed. You can't tell me shit.
This a dollar. Hey, Daddy.
Y'all support y'all fighter. Let's come together, make this event a success.
BoxingVoice.com.
Everything about Terrence Crawford is better than Errol Spence Jr.
BoxingVoice.com. BoxingVoice.com.
Boxing fans, are you ready?
Hey, Daddy.
BoxingVoice.com. BoxingVoice.com. BoxingVoice.com.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another weekend recap where we sit back and talk all this weekend's fights, action, news, and notes, and there's a lot to discuss. We should be reporting on how great of a weekend it was, but I know a lot of us are giving complaints, some about the big red fence around the Times Square event, others about how boring the Canelo Alvarez fight was. But the cherry on top is that most certainly the latest news is that Terrence Bud Crawford and Canelo Alvarez will square off Friday in Allegiant Stadium, which is, that's new. That's new. Not understanding why it's on a Friday, but as a boxing fan, I don't care. I was available for this Friday with Ryan Garcia taking on Rolando Romero. And Rolando Romero, basically getting the biggest upset of this year so far. He defeated Ryan by unanimous decision, something that many just didn't believe he can actually do. He scored a knockdown with the left hook that is supposed to be Ryan's best punch, so he fought fire with fire. It was a good event. And we're here to recap it. We are certainly here to recap it. Let's see. Looks like we lost X spaces. Hopefully you guys are still there. Sending Malcolm a text real quick. Is it working, champ? And if you're watching this on YouTube or X video, go ahead and hit that thumbs up immediately. Hit that repost immediately so we can get the word out that we're here for the weekend recap. And yeah, we can get some guys in. They saying check the mic. All right, give me a sec. Let's go into mission mode.
12 years. I never expected it to turn out like this.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Shout out to the community, man. I appreciate y'all.
What's happening, people? Info Joe, Los Angeles, in the building.
All right. Hopefully that fixed the situation for everybody. And we can continue with the show because there is a lot to talk about. Where do I start, right? With so much boxing, where do I start? I need to get these events pulled up, and we have it. Obviously, you got James Gennari. He won in the Battle of the Badges, and this is on the Times Square Friday event. Gennari takes the win for the fire department. Lavelle Whitington loses to Satsumi in his debut. Ryan Garcia loses a unanimous decision to Rolly Romero in what people are calling a boring bout that turned into a jab fest. Again, that's guys that don't appreciate the sweet science. I think what Rolly did was fucking amazing because he's Rolly and we just didn't expect it. Then he went out there and remained so technically sound behind his jab and just working, where Ryan seemed to be confused and kind of holding back, to say the least. In the post-fight, Ryan obviously said that he didn't let his hands go in the manner in which he would want. So, credit Romero, comes up with the big, big win. And, Romero probably deserved this win due to the treatment. Lots of audio, video surfacing on the treatment of, Romero and just how things went. So this is Rolly speaking on the matter. If you're watching this, once again, on YouTube or X video, live streaming video, go ahead and hit that thumbs up and that repost to get the word out that we're rocking and rolling with the weekend recap.
They didn't have a fucking hotel room for me. They fucked up my gloves. They didn't give me no damn per diem, nothing. I didn't care. I kept it cool. They didn't want to fucking put no damn money in escrow, nothing. And look at this shit. They all had a fucking plan, and look at this shit. I destroyed everything they fucking had. They didn't have a fucking hotel room for me. They fucked up my gloves. They didn't give me no damn per diem, nothing. I didn't care. I kept it cool. They didn't want to fucking put no damn money in escrow, nothing. And look at this shit. They all had a fucking plan, and look at this shit. I destroyed everything they fucking had.
So right now, Romero is rolling on an all-time high. My prediction is Mario Barrios will go on to face Manny Pacquiao. July, I believe the date is 12th, and Rolly will be in attendance. PBC will have him sit out till then. WBA stands for what benefits Al Heyman, and Rolly is with the WBA, so he won't get no mandates. He won't have anything crazy to do. He can just sit back and relax to see what happens with Barrios Pacquiao, to see does he get a crack at the legend in Pacquiao, or does he get a crack at Mario Barrios in a big fight. That will be on pay-per-view because Barrios obviously has already done 2 pay-per-views, and he'll be on pay-per-view once again with Manny Pacquiao without a question. It's the PBC way, you know. So that's my prediction for Rolly. What's next for Ryan? Man, back to the drawing board. For Ryan, he certainly needs a get-back fight. I don't know what that is because, you know, Rolly didn't show like slick Cuban style. He was right in front of Ryan. You know, I think whatever Ryan needs is something that's in his own head. He's got to let his hands go. Maybe he got cracked and he started to feel a bit hesitant in letting those hands go. But he's with Golden Boy, so I'm going to be lame and say Alexis Rocha. I know I want Rocha for Devin, but Ryan is with Golden Boy. The Rocha fight is an easy fight to make. Another Duarte type of fight where he can, you know, sell a venue out and, you know, get a couple million from the gate, maybe 1 point something like he did with To Go, and get that rust off, you know, get back active because I think that's what he needs. He wasn't letting that hand go. You know, was it the Osterine? Because in the Devin Haney fight, he was throwing that left hook multiple times. In the Rolly fight, he did not. Now, to be fair, it could have been fear of what was coming back. Who knows, man? Who knows? Moving on because there is so much fights, right? We got Devin Haney taking on Jose Ramirez. Devin Haney obviously being blamed for a boring fight. I just want you to know a little funny stat. Devin Haney threw more punches than Ryan and Rolly. You know? But somehow the internet is saying that Devin Haney threw less punches and broke a record. What CompuBox needs to do, since there's so many fakes out there that are claiming Devin broke a record for the newest, lowest fight. This is why I tell you guys, you know, come here and not anywhere else. And I'm not like saying that to toot my own horn. It's just that there's a lot of people that just want to do things for clicks. You know, people are out here, seriously, they don't care. They're looking for money, you know. And one of those ways of getting money is to get impressions. It doesn't matter how. You need the impressions. So you see these guys on Twitter, and they're very popular, bro. But y'all don't understand the play. You know, if they get in a certain amount of impressions a month, they're getting a check from X Spaces. So they tell you whatever, and you run with it because, you know, Twitter is a little hateful spot. You know, if someone is putting an image of Devin and saying that he broke a record with the newest, lowest punches, you know, you're just going to run with that because people like to hate on Devin. But the truth is Shakur still holds that record. I have the images that I'm going to show you courtesy of CompuBox to prove it. And it's more about proving that you need to, like, really be rocking with TBV versus all these click, you know, baiting people, right? But I got 3 CompuBox things here to show you. I'm going to make this quick. As you can see here, that's Shakur's. Let's slide this in frame a little more. That clearly says Shakur, De Los Santos, and De Los Santos landed 40, Shakur landed 65. This clearly says Haney and Ramirez. Haney landed 70. And Ramirez landed the same as De Los Santos. And Garcia landed 66 and Romero landed 57. But the internet will tell you that Devin Haney was the boring one. The internet will have you believe that Devin threw the least amount of punches and that he broke a record. Because again, it's cool to be a troll and to hate. But we got to be better. We got to watch who we follow. You know, again, people just using you for a check. They need your impression, so you guys got to do better. Now, Haney, on the other hand, he also has to do better, and that's why I'm recommending the Alexis Rocha fight to continue to get those cobwebs, out of the attic so that the mind can flow properly and he can get back to, his normal rhythm. That being said, Teofimo Lopez arguably had the performance of the night. Truly showboating on a high level, something that, we don't really see. Roy Jones did it. Boots Ennis does it and gets praised. Roy Jones does it and got praised. Teo does it and, you guys criticize him. I don't know why Teo gets the amount of hate that he gets. I mean, I guess I do, right? He did say some things that obviously rubbed a lot of us the wrong way. That being said, I wish that he didn't because he is a showman. I don't know if it fit in my title as I had to, alter it numerous times because of the characters. But Teo is a showman and he does that on purpose. He puts himself in harm's way on purpose to give us entertainment. And for whatever reason, he receives hate for it, man. But I like what Teo did in the Barbosa fight. He barely got touched, and when he did, it wasn't anything crazy or of note. He rose to the occasion like I thought he would. I don't know about the power. Barbosa's never been stopped. I don't remember him being dropped. So maybe he just has a very good chin. But at the same time, maybe, Teo moving up in weight is the reason we're not seeing those knockouts, right? The way that we used to. So, nonetheless, he continues to win on the high level. The rumors have always been a potential clash with Richardson Hitchens, who's going to square off now with George Kambosos in New York, setting up the perfect stage for Teo and, Hitchens, if Hitchens wins, in New York City. Can we see that happen? Maybe, maybe not. But also there is the rumors of Boots Ennis. Is Team Teo going to still want to run to that Boots Ennis fight after, not being able to stop Arnold Barbosa? Ennis has a lot more athleticism, and I'm sure his accuracy is going to be way better than Teo's. Way better than Barbosa's. So I don't know if I don't know if Teo is going to run to that Ennis fight. I would suggest maybe going to Hitchens first, like we've mentioned already, just to slowly get acclimated, right? And you unify in the division before moving up. All right, moving on. We have Canelo and William Skull. Lord have mercy. I don't even know how Canelo won that fight. I'm not saying William Skull won that fight, but, bro, I didn't see Canelo land punches. Occasional hip shot here and there. Nothing crazy. William Skull was on, he was on the Tour de France, bro. Dude was on that bike for real. And it was pretty whack. I'm sorry. It was very whack. Shout out to William Skull that improved in terms of his stamina and discipline. And I say that specifically because if you watch previous tape of Skull, he's gotten tired. He's dropped his hands. And the discipline of keeping those hands up certainly wasn't there. But much like Tio, he rose to the occasion. It was a Canelo Alvarez fight, so he rose to the occasion. And some of those flaws that we seen in the tape, they just didn't show themselves. That little half step back was still there, but Canelo couldn't capitalize on it. Canelo just seemed slow, sluggish, uninterested. And look, they gave Canelo Alvarez a real gold Ring Magazine belt. There was no way Skull was going to win. They flew Crawford out to announce the September 12th Friday night Allegiant Stadium Superfight with Canelo and Crawford. Again, there was just no way William Skull was going to win, and he didn't do enough to win. But what a shit fight. It was worse than the Laura performance. Skull moved way too much. And while yesterday during the live, I didn't, fault him because it's Canelo's fault. Canelo is the fucking pound-for-pound fighter. Been on the list for how long? Canelo is the unified and the two-time undisputed. Like, bro, you cut the ring off. Don't complain and throw your hands up in disgust. And even in the post-fight, he's like, come on, man, we here to fight. Like, bro, nobody want to hear that shit. You got to put in work. You want motherfuckers to stand in front of you so you could park them. That's not how it works. He's getting lazy, and that's going to be his downfall. Hopefully he's more motivated in September because when asked why you change your mind on this fight, he gave two reasons. He says, look, the people want it, and he says his Nino wants it, which Nino means padrino. Padrino means godfather. Godfather is Turkey al-Sheikh because he got that bread. Moving on, Badu Jack stays alive. He beat Noel McKelligan, and I didn't think that could happen. Honestly, I didn't pick anyone, but I was always talking about the size and the length of Noel. And while he boxed well, that later half, it just showed, being in with real names matters. Badu Jack picked it up around the 4th or the 6th, and that pace was just too much for Noel, and it became an easy win, in my opinion, for Badu Jack. Even though the scores were tight, it was only because Badu gave away a lot of the first half of the fight and, had to win back the back half. Ajagba Bakoli was a complete robbery. Everyone knows Ajagba outboxed them. They robbed me. They robbed my bank account. We bet on Ajagba by decision. It should have been a clear decision, but here we go. For some reason, Bakoli lives to fight another day without a loss on his record, but I'm sure in the eyes of his peers, they thought he lost. Everything else on that card I didn't watch. I didn't even get to watch Marco Verde. I did see Brian Leon. He doesn't strike me as an Iglesias Cuban or a Morel Cuban. This guy is more Ustatagi, who's not Cuban. He's more Vidal, not Vidal Riley. What is the dude's name? Lord, fuck. He fought on PBC. He's a Samson fighter. Oh, Lord. All right, I can't remember. I think it is a Vidal. Not Riley, though. Riley just fought. This guy's light-skinned, but he's Spanish. It was a great fight on Showtime or Fox. I don't know. One of those networks. It's a Samson fighter for sure. After that, we seen him, I think, on Pro Box again. The point is, he's more like that, like right in front of you, gonna get hit. Let's see who hits harder, me or you type of fighter. So I don't know how long that style will last him, and hopefully they switch things up because I think he's with Eddie Reynoso or, he got on this card because of Canelo. I don't know. They got to get somebody. He didn't overly impress me. I'm never going to be the guy rooting for the guy that's right in front of someone taking shots. You know, I do appreciate the art of the sport, which is hit and not be hit. You know, so many fighters are being discredited, devalued, and lumped into, you know, running when they're boxing. This is the art of hit and not be hit. And even a guy like Skull, which moved way too much, that wasn't running because then you can't say what Shakur does is not running. You know, Skull at least threw more right hands at times. And again, I'm definitely not defending that dude. I didn't get it. With all that size, he really didn't try hard enough, knowing that, you know, you're fighting Canelo on a Turkey Al Sheik card who's trying to set up this Crawford fight. You're down maybe 6 fucking rounds, dude. Do something. He didn't. That's about it. Those are the fights. Obviously, Inoue fights today. So outside of Crawford and Canelo being made, that's the big news. And it's even bigger that it's on a Friday and it's in Allegiant Stadium. So they are paying attention to what we're asking for them to give us. And let's just hope we can still afford to get in there, right? Hopefully they don't curtain off the stadium and raise the prices anyway. I don't know. I'm excited, though, because I didn't expect this to be in the stadium. And hopefully that's coming off the back of Conor Ben and Chris Eubank that put on a show in the United Kingdom and really got Turkey excited about stadium fights. Hopefully we can pack this one out and do 100,000, man. I don't know what's the capacity for a football game because I don't watch foosball, but you got to remember you can always add ring seats to any stadium. So, you know, we got to factor that in when we find the capacity online. There's seats that they're going to add on the ground level. I got Malcolm with the counterpunch in AZ.
Yo, we good? Audio straight?
Mm-hmm.
Shout out CBV. Wonderful morning. Shout out to you, bro. You don't get tired, man. Yo, the whole Allegiant Stadium shit. Yo, I swear to God, since I've been listening to the show, I remember you and Danny always talking about putting a fight in there. So it's kind of funny that they're doing that shit right now. I could just hear fucking Danny's voice talking about putting it in Allegiant Stadium. But with with the whole Devin thing and the whole punch record, definitely he threw more than Shakur, if we're talking that. But I think it was like 19 punches more. But the total, I don't know if they were referring to the total of the fight. It was actually less. Because I think they went to a total where him and Ramirez was like 498 and Shakur shit was like 525, mainly because of Edwin. But Canelo's is even lower than that. Like Canelo's fight with Skull is completely lower than that. I'm not justifying any performances, but I think he got the new record now if we're just going by CompuBox or whatever. So, I mean, that's just that. I still feel like T.O. had the best fight of the weekend. Very entertaining. He could have just pushed the gas a little bit more and just try to press for the knockout, you know. But, you know, it is what it is, man. But he looked amazing, man. I kind of touched up on Ryan Garcia the other day. I would have wanted him to fight Ben, but I don't think Eddie wouldn't want to put his guy in that fight with Ryan, especially coming off of a loss. And it's not like him and fucking what's his nigga's name, Oscar. They're not really on the same page right now. So I thought that would have been a good fight. But yo, I don't know if you've seen, there was a clip. Rolly was saying that he kind of tweaked his right hand when he was in when he was warming up. And that was kind of one of the reasons why he didn't throw his shit. Yeah, so that's crazy, man. This nigga got outboxed by an injured Rolly, man. Oh, my son Two-Tone, what up, nigga? But
what up, gang?
Yeah, man, and look, Canelo and Skull, I could kind of see your angle because you do favor the boxer a bit. But to me, it was just kind of too much moving. And what we also understand is these guys tend to favor the aggressor. And it's more of a ring general shit. You know, so if Canelo's just walking you down and he did not cut the ring off effectively, I hated it. He's just walking this motherfucker down. The judges just look at it like you're controlling the fight. You know, so I kind of see your point, but that's what's really gonna score it. You know, it was a trash fight, man.
I just don't see how they scored so many rounds for Canelo when he wasn't landing punches. Bro, there was rounds where he landed one punch on the fucking
Yeah,
hit. Like that shit was bullshit.
First round, he didn't get shit either. But you know what's fucked up about it? It's the money play, man. They have this whole shit set up with him and Bud. That's what Turk's been doing this whole week.
We don't know the cost of the belt, but they made the ring belt 100% gold, and then the purse is $80 million.
Oh, run me for another, by the way.
$80 million, bro. Bro, they paying Canelo 80, and they paying Skull $3 million, according to reports.
That shit is nasty, man. But yeah, run me for another one, man. But yo, what I wanted to say, man, is it's like this is like the I said it. I think I was saying it yesterday, man. The curse of Turk, man. Like these guys plan these fights ahead of time. It happened with Wilder. It happened with Ryan and Devin. You see how that went. You know what I'm saying? Canelo just kind of gave us a shitty performance, and they already had this shit booked with the Bud fight. And what pissed me off is, you know, I'm an Inoue guy, right? He's fighting today. They already got him lined up to fight MJ in September. You know, so it's like we can't be so far ahead. And I get it. You know, Turkey wants to make all these fights. He wants to make these big fights. But you kind of like you just fuck the bag up doing this sometimes, you know. And I don't think he's a good matchmaker. I think somebody brought it up the other day because he's really a casual. When you really think about it, he said he's a fan. He's a casual. He just wants to see certain names fight. But he's not. I think his name's Sam Goodman, like from Top Rank. Like he's not him. He's not Eddie Hearn or whoever else match makes. He's not one of those guys. So he's just gonna be throwing in certain names, and there's always that chance that it's gonna get fucked up, you know. But yeah, the last thing, Canelo and Bud. I'm rooting for Bud. I'm not even letting this performance, just judge affect my decision, because anybody should know styles make fights. You know, Bud is gonna be there to fight. He's kind of in the pocket. He's gonna counter. He's gonna try to pick you off during your shots. He's gonna try to pick off. But I'm just gonna go for Bud, man. You know, and I'm gonna be real. A lot of that is because he's black. I'm gonna be straight up. You feel me? And I want him to get that, bro. Like, there's this whole thing where the Japanese can root for their people, Mexican can root for their own, Puerto Ricans can root for their own. But when you're black and then you root for somebody because they're strictly black, it's like some kind of fucking, it's like a sin or some shit, you know? So I'm definitely going to support him on that. But that's going to be a good fight. I think that's really all I got to say. Shout outs to you, Ness. Shout outs to Two Tone. Just everybody, just hold y'all fighters accountable, man. If they have a shitty performance, they have a shitty performance. It is what it is. I'm going to keep tuning in, and I'm going to send that money. I got you.
All right, what's going on, Two Tone?
Good morning, top of the morning. Good morning to the chat. Nothing bigger than the chat. Yeah, man. Last night, that was disgusting, man. That was horrible. I felt Canelo got outboxed. Canelo fans immediately going to run to the running narrative. They crash out is astronomical. I love they crash out. Canelo and Tank fans crash outs be so astronomical, delusional, just amazing. But you was going over the recaps. TL TL might be small for 147. What you think?
I said the same thing, bro. I said maybe he got to go to that Hitchens fight to continue to get acclimated, you know. But I wouldn't run to the Boots fight. You didn't knock out Barbosa. You didn't drop Barbosa, you know. And you're not going to be the favorite in that Boots fight. Like, Tio does everything Boots does, but they say, oh, look at Tio. He always getting lumped up.
Yeah, because, you know, his hands be down, but
Boots do it too. His hands be down. Lipinets was putting hands on him. Is a lot of people that hit Boots, and you know, it's only Tio that gets discredited for being a showman, but Boots could be a showman, and he's, you know, pound for pound. While Tio's the one that actually beat the pound for pound fighters. But I'm still saying, don't rush to that fight.
Yeah, they just don't like Tio's personality. They can't compartmentalize. They bleed into his interview styles and his tweet styles into his boxing style. So, fans get emotional in that aspect.
I don't know what you.
My bad.
And then Devin Haney, outbox Ramirez, lateral movement, punch when he wanted to punch. That fight was mid and horrible. I mean, Devin, I think Devin just got to keep winning. I think you got to keep winning. The blowback and the stains of the Ryan Garcia of him getting his O back and him suing. I thought it was just the internet, but it's real life, man. There was, as soon as they showed his face on Times Square, they started booing him. So it's not just the internet. Like,
it's
they
not
really
going to change either, because this performance, right? People say, "Hey, Devin, you specifically, not even people. You say, look, man, Devin tried to go out there and not be himself, bro. Why not just be yourself? You tried to go for a knockout. You tried to do this." So he goes out there and he's himself, and he boxes, and he moves like himself, and now he's criticized. So, you're right. He needs to just tap into the villain role. Just go ahead and be the villain. But more than Floyd, more than Shakur, when they say you running, you got to say catch me. When they say you running, you got to say your favorite fighter is a bum because he don't know how to cut the ring off. That is a skill. No, but you running. Yeah, guess what's a skill? To cut the ring off. I'm moving laterally because they don't have the fundamentals. But if you don't point this out the way that Floyd said, I'm an A-class fighter, he's a C-class fighter, they ain't going to see it. You got to point it out. Ramirez cannot hit you if his feet are not planted, just like bum-ass Canelo last night. That's why we ain't getting no big Canelo shots, no knockdown, nothing, because he kept the lateral movement. He kept Canelo thinking. When Canelo thought he was left, he went to the right. When he went to the right, he went to the left. He just kept him moving. He kept him moving, but what Canelo didn't do, you got to blame Canelo. Just like you got to blame Ramirez. Just like you got to blame Edwin De Los Santos. Y'all got to cut the ring off. How you a fucking former unified champ, you don't know how to cut the ring off? How you a fucking two-time undisputed champ, you can't cut the ring off on a dude that don't even belong to be a champ? People argued that he didn't beat fucking Shishkin. Man, look, we got to hold these fighters accountable. Somebody said that. I think that was Malcolm. That's what we need to do. Hold them accountable.
Yeah, 100%. I gotta rewatch
Alex
some Floyd.
Vega, I see you with the King Count. As soon as Tone's done, we going to you.
Yeah, I gotta rewatch some Floyd fights. I don't know if Floyd wasn't doing like all that lateral movement, wasn't he? Was he?
I mean, Floyd was different. He do some of that lateral movement in the first 4 rounds. Floyd, he's special, bro. It's different. It's different. It's unfair to compare him to other people because what he had is like an ability to figure you out. He is a dude that can figure you out on the fly. He can adjust. Remember, those were always his favorite words. He can adjust. He's going to figure you out. So in those first 4 rounds, yeah, he might move around a little bit more than people like, and the fight might look a little tight, Maidana Floyd. But after them 4 rounds, very difficult, bro. Very difficult for that back half of the fight to ever look like the first half of the fight. It's just difficult. Floyd was different, man. He's a very, very intelligent fighter. And the more boxing we watch and the more we compare other people to Floyd, it's different. Like, as great as Shakur is, because he is great, he ain't doing what Floyd doing. Floyd never, I don't even remember Floyd ever moving that much, bro. Put him on, put the Canelo fight on right now. He wasn't moving that much like Skull. These dudes are out here in marathons, bro. Shit, nasty work. Alex, King Counter.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yup.
Hey, man. I know I say it a lot, but it's because I got a lot of appreciation for what you do, man. Both of y'all, everybody here on the show that jumps in and out, the chat. It's not easy to do these shows and to be participating. So shout out to y'all. Man, what a fucking horrible weekend of boxing. Like, I'm trying to think of the positives, but fuck all that. This guy Turkey got to go, bro. If you look at it, if you want to go off numbers, CompuBox, 4 of the 6 lowest outputs have been on Turkey shows. All right, and to make it worse is that they're trying to announce this mega fight, and I gotta watch 2 men holding hands and hearing people make excuses. Well, what would you do for the bag? Don't say that you wouldn't do it, or some shit like, oh, that's part of their culture. I don't give a fuck, man. I'm an American man. I want to see good squabbles, and Turkey ain't doing that. He's not giving us that. We talk about we want to see the best versus the best, and then when they get in there, they look like shit. I don't want to see motherfuckers run. I don't want to see motherfuckers make excuses talking about, well, he keeps moving. Nah, we're there for you to show how good you are. All right? Is it always easy? No. But are you trying? You think Canelo was really trying in there? He didn't give a fuck. He knew what was gonna happen. He knew he was getting that shiny belt. He knew he was getting that Crawford fight, and he knew he was getting the 80 million, and he knew he'd get us to watch it again and again, bro. I'm not buying no more Canelo fights. I'm fucking done with it. I'm not fucking with these Turkey events.
But you're gonna buy
fuck that. This shit is not good for boxing,
so
bro.
You're not gonna buy the
I'm
Crawford
done with
fight.
this shit. What?
We all buying the Crawford Canelo fight.
I'm not buying that shit. You're buying it. Speak for yourself. I'm speaking for me. If y'all want to buy it, hey, man, hats off to you. But I'm not wasting another fucking minute of my life on another Canelo fight with people telling me how great he is when he was great. He's not great no more. Listen, that nostalgia shit got to go out the fucking window, bro. That shit does not, just because you were good 4 or 5 years ago, what the fuck does that mean today? If I see, oh, Manny Pacquiao's going to fight for a title, what the fuck does that mean when he's fucking 47 years old and hasn't had a pro fight in 4 years? What the hell does that mean to me? How does that make it good because I know Manny Pacquiao's name and I've seen him fight for years? How does that make it good today? How does seeing Canelo fight Crawford, 2 names that we know, 2 guys that are going to history, how does that make it a good fight today? It don't. Canelo doesn't give a fuck. He just cares about getting money. Crawford wants to fight for money. Why do I care about them making money? You're not getting another one of my motherfucking dollars. Fuck y'all. Fuck this shit, man. Give me the guys that really care. These guys don't give a fuck. So why should I? Why should you? I'm about to hit a dead spot. Y'all can have the rest of the time. Give it to somebody else.
Nah, champ, you can get it back when you get somewhere else, you know?
Yeah, man. Turkey might be paying these guys too much. In the NBA right now, is a lot of young dudes getting multi-million-dollar contracts. And once they get them contracts, which are fully guaranteed, not all of them is going hard like that. In boxing, man, Ryan Garcia, he need a whole makeover. He need a whole makeover. He need to go back to thinking like a prospect. His entire mental is gone. And like, I'm gonna keep it real. If you are Osterine Avenger, you have every right to unite. That's going to be in question now. It's going to be in question. Was you eating cereal and sprinkling in the fucking Osterine? That's going to be in question now. You went out there and you shit the bed. Ryan Garcia, you shit the bed. In Turkey, you shit the bed. Why wouldn't you go directly into the fucking rematch and still giving us mid-level tune-ups in New York? And New York didn't even like that shit.
Man, y'all gotta stop, man. Y'all gotta stop with that, bro. It's not Turkey's fault. That's the fighters' fault. They didn't live up to our expectations and to how they was advertised. Turkey did what's right for boxing. Nobody, like, we would be still, yo, Tone, believe me, we would still be complaining if he did it the way you just wanted him to do it. We'd be saying the opposite, though. Man, he should have let him get a tune-up. Man, motherfuckers was out for a year. Look at the fight. It wasn't good because of that. Dev was timid. Ryan ain't let his hands go. Like, how was that fight going to be good today, bro? You just got to imagine the same performances. You want to envision a different performance. But that's the performance that a fighter gives after being out of the ring for a year. That's the performance that a fighter gives after being, traumatized with Ostarine-infested left hooks.
You don't see. You want me to think better than the New York State Athletic Commission, because the New York State Athletic Commission said, "How would Tank would have fought if they would have ruled it a knockdown?"
Bro, that was them. That was them covering their nasty political behavior. They could suspend Ryan and sue him. I mean, not sue him, but fine him 7 figures, my brother. But they can't fucking do the right thing. Every boxer we interview says it was a knockdown, but the New York State Athletic Commission said we couldn't do nothing because we had to consider that Tank would have fought harder than ever because he was knocked down. Man, get the fuck up out of here. Political bullshit you bringing up, my brother. Political garbage. That's a hot mess that the New York State Athletic Commission did to cover their motherfucking ass not to have to overturn the win on Tank. You know that?
Right, but I'm talking about their thinking. So you don't think it's a different thinking between Ryan and Devin knowing that they're fighting each other next? You don't think it's a different emotion for Devin Haney, a different emotion for Ryan Garcia, knowing you're about to fight your nemesis next, instead of knowing you're about to fight Rolly, who you think is an easy fight, you quickly found out that Rolly punched your ass down there? When Devin Haney said, all right, I'm going to go ahead and try out my lateral movement. No, it would have been a whole different vibe and a different move in New York. Instead, we got a fucking spectacle that did too much. Ness, you're a promoter guy. You're a fan of promoters. Put on your promoter hat. Turkey done shit the bed in America twice. In LA, that soccer field, that shit flopped with Eminem. How do you flop with Eminem? Eminem is an artist who only pops out when Eminem pops out, you go to see him because he doesn't pop out. Turkey flopped with Eminem in LA. That New York shit, all these callers, no, go to social media and search Times Square. Niggas fucking hated that shit, nigga. They hated that shit. New Yorkers were clowning the fuck out of that event. The facts is there. Go to your social media and search it. So Turkey, the promoter, last night, Riad season. Bro, Vegas is dead right now because Canelo wasn't in the city to get it lit. I'm in the Mexican Atlanta. There was no motherfucking parties out here, Ness. None of our clubs do fight parties. That's unheard of.
Champ, that's how it works. That's what Turkey is here for, to put the light on his country. You got to get some Americans to stand the fuck up. Get them to keep the motherfucking cash cow here. You want to party over here? Dog, you a host. You a host. And I ain't talking about of this show. I'm talking about in general. So don't give me that shit. If Turkey pays you to go host an event, you going over there. You ain't going to stay in Mexican Atlanta. You going where they paying you top dollar for your skills and ability. So all that Cinco de Mayo shit dead over here, you know why? Because Turkey paid for that. He took the fucking show.
Jake Paul's slander is warranted.
Hey, y'all the ones ain't fuck with Jake. Now y'all want to turn to Jake.
No, I'm saying, even though Jake Paul is a prospect, I would have rather the Jake Paul Vegas Canelo fight. Your weekend would have been lit, Ness. You would have been in hard. Your weekend would have been incredible out there. Instead,
we still could get it though. We still could get it. And I know that's not what you want to hear, but the truth of the matter is he's got 3 fights left on his 4-fight deal. 2 of those could take place in a year. So we talking about 2 years max. And if Canelo wants to speed it up, he could do it in 9 months or 11 months, you know. So we could still get Jake. Jake's fighting Chavez. You know, he got 3 more fights to do before he could see Canelo again. It's no big deal. Canelo ain't going nowhere. It's too much free money. I mean, and they giving it to him. Look at that performance. I can't believe they delivered that man an $80 million check for that performance. Turkey, I hope he sat down with Canelo last night and said, listen, you know I don't really care because what we wanted was the Crawford fight, but you can't fight like that. You have to try harder. You didn't try. We here to see you. I brought you to my country because you're Canelo. And look at the way you performed in front of my, invited guests. Like, that was a horrible performance by Canelo. He did not try. That wasn't face of boxing shit. That wasn't A-level shit. That wasn't elite level shit. That was a guy that was like, all I heard was Calvin Ford. Turkey, he don't want to let me do what I do. Look, Turkey, he's moving. Throwing his hands up in frustration, trying to get the crowd on his side. Nah, bruh, cut the shit. You a grown-ass man, man. You supposed to be cutting that ring off and beating this dude. That shit is not a good look, bro. I got Mr. Perfect with the $2. I heard ninjas locking fingers, tweaking for the Turk. Are you saying they doing it on Twitter or something? What the fuck locking fingers got to do?
Oh, you didn't see the picture? Or you got it?
Oh, with. Okay, let's talk about it. Because I heard Alex bring it up, and I see everybody like on Twitter circling the hands and trying to make it this homophobic thing, bro. It's crazy, this world that we live in. But how much you think Crawford is making? Because we gotta come up with a number.
Man, I think 50 M's.
Okay. Are you holding Turkey's hand for 50 M's?
I'm from Maryville, USA, man. I understand what Turkey wants. It's their tradition, but I'm cool enough to be able to swerve that. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga might have gave a dab, hit him on the shoulder, then, started rubbing my fist like this. Like, niggas done been in uncomfortable positions before where they know how to maneuver, my nigga. Come on, bro.
Okay,
I know that ain't.
But what if he now he's fishing like, oh shit, he's trying to grab your hand. Now you see he's physically looking for your hand like your mom used to do when you stepped too far away from her in the supermarket.
No, it's kind of like after a girl get done, like a straggler get done sucking you, she try to kiss you. You know how you dodge it like that. You be like, oh,
yeah. But she's a straggler. No, but she's a straggler. She's not the one that has a $50 million check that you're trying to cash out on. So it's a little bit different.
Well, she got a $50 million check.
Well, she's the one giving you that $50 million check. So you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Hey man. Bud got too much money to be holding a nigga hand, man. Stop.
I just want to say this. I'm also in this box of the broke people I'm talking about. But
Bud ain't broke.
We can't be this broke and talk. First of all, I don't even know what $1 million look like. That's not my tax bracket. You understand? Let alone 50. Let alone some of these people in the chat, they think he getting 150, right? So it's like, my opinion truly doesn't matter. I've never seen that type of money. I've never had to pay taxes on that type of money. And in no way, shape, or form do I think that holding that man's hand is any form of gay. So I'm in line. I'm telling you, I'm right behind Bud holding Turkey hand. I'm right there.
I don't think he's gay.
No, I'm just saying because that's what they trying to portray, that this is some gay shit. Why they hold the hand? I'm right there in line. I'm right behind Bud. I'm holding that hand. I've been to church, Catholic church. It's worse than that. So I don't really see what's going on. Why they trying to make Bud out to be this weirdo because he holding the hand of Turkey as if we ain't see. That's a Turkey thing. That's what he do. He the one that holds hands, right? Like, you just going along with old boy. You getting what you need for your family. In no shape or form is that homophobic. In no shape or form is that, gay. Like, come on, bro. It's just a long handshake. It's just a long handshake.
You gotta lift it up though, Ness. You gotta don't hold the hand below the waist.
But he usually does. He usually does. Remember, it starts here, and they usually go up here together like a referee.
It got to start here, though, Ness.
You can't start. You can't start. Fuck you gonna do? He down here, and you just like, all right, meet me up here. Come on, man. Y'all wildin', man. Y'all wildin'.
Bro, Ness, I know you, Ness. You not going below the waist on the handheld. You going up. You at least going straight up.
Again, I am in the line with Bud. I'm holding hands next, man. I'm holding hands next. Y'all capping, man. Y'all capping. Y'all capping, man. Y'all capping. There's no legitimate reason why he can't hold that man's hand. My man, you about to put a $50 million check in my hand. The least I could do is shake your hand, bro. That's the least I could do. That's the least I could do.
You know, like when your homie beat a drug charge and y'all give like that hug and you go and like it could be here. Like, yeah, you know, you talk to a nigga, you be like, yeah, you hold it like this.
All these men's men. Ness, you're weird. Ness, you can be bought. Oh my God. I wish we could just look in the crystal ball to see y'all lives, man. Cause y'all real phony right now.
Below is crazy. Below the waist is crazy.
Hey, my friend, I say it again. I'm giving the man his long handshake, bro. Canelo did it. The toughest man on the planet, Crawford, did it. I'm sure Wilder had to do it. That's his tradition, man. That's like what's the nationalities that love kissing on the cheek? Italians?
Yes.
There you go. Grown ass men. Hey, forget about it. And y'all don't say shit. They ain't getting no $50 million check. They ain't getting no $50 million check. You know what I'm saying? So let's stop the cap. Hey, Pull Out Bandit, you said I shared a video making fun of Canelo last year, and here I am saying Canelo did it, Crawford did it. I'm lining up. Man. Y'all want to make them something in social media because of that? Hey, man, that's on you, bro. Y'all not comfortable with your sexuality. That man got like 6 kids. 7. They all live with him. Y'all out here talking ridiculousness because you broke as fuck. You can't even imagine $50 million, so you got to find a joke about $50 million.
Y'all
that's
been...
what Tory Lanez said. What's that verse Tory said? When he said, y'all making memes, I'm making millions, or was that me? It's like y'all always got a joke. The joke is your bank account, homies. The joke is your bank account. But let me get back to these. Killer Cam, $2. You doing a live chat for Inoue tonight? You know this, man. Mr. Perfect, $2. I'm not holding hands with no man unless we praying. Okay. When he hold your hand, you could just pray like, please, God, make sure this man check clear. That's all you got to do. Close your eyes when Turkey hold your hand and say, please, God, hopefully this $50 million check clear. Leonard Sterling, 5-pounder. My worst to best out of 7. Canelo versus Skull, number 1. Haney versus Ramirez, number 2. Munguia versus Saras, number 4. Garcia Rowley, number 5. Teo Barbosa, number 6. Jack Noel, number 7. Ajagba Bakoli. Okay, I missed one, but yeah. Jabba Bakoli's last one being his best, right? He said worst to best, so that was a great performance, but it ended nasty. We got Rich Porter, $5. So, Ness, we not going to tell the whole story. Shakur had one hand, but false narratives win on the internet. What does it matter? It's about CompuBox. It's about him still holding the record. Now you want us to put an asterisk next to the Haney fight and say, Haney had both hands. You see the real hater is you. You tried to spin what I read, which was facts. I showed you CompuBox and moved on. I killed the narrative that these fake internet channels and Twitter channels have saying that Haney broke a record for the least punches thrown. I showed you the CompuBox of the 3 fights, Canelo's, Haney Ramirez, and Shakur and Edwin, proved that Haney was not and moved on. But you're saying I'm doing narratives. Okay. I love it, champ. Malcolm with the IOU on the extra counter. Leonard Sterling back with another 5-pounder. Hearn said they were all waiting to see the weights at the ceremonial weigh-in. Haney turned it off, but he mentioned that Teo was 146 and Barbosa was 156. See, that's another. If that's true, yeah, Teo need to stay away. Teo need to stay down there. Rich Porter back with another 5. Not before Juice with the counter. Which Juice? I see you, Juice. Don't hang up on Discord. Rich Porter back with another 5. I didn't know Turkey can make fighters punch more callers. Say anything? I didn't know Turkey can make fighters punch more. Callers say anything. Okay. So I guess that's an Alex Vega thing when he's taking a shit on Turkey fights. And I kind of thought about that, Tone, when he was like, oh, you know, they get together and they don't make a good fight. But isn't that something about the fighters themselves? They realize, damn, I'm in here with another dude. Like, look what happened to Shakur. I'm in there with De Los Santos. He could punch. So it became a thinking match. For Haney, I'm coming off of this fiasco with Ryan. Jose could punch. Former Unified. It became a thinking match. You know? I don't know what Skull was doing. Maybe he realized, look, Canelo drops everybody. It became a thinking match. I don't know. But it ain't Turkey fault the game plan that the fighter decides to choose. So I'm with you, Rich Porter. George Foster, 5-pounder. Fury, Usyk, Beterbiev, AJ, Dubois, Eubank, Ben, all delivered incredible fights. Then Turkey went to the U.S. and Mexico for stars. What happened? They didn't perform. Paper Chaser, HTX, $2. Sit on that L, Tone. PD's in full effect. Tone Deaf. Tone Deaf, member for 11 months on the prospect level. One more, champ. You're going to have that year with us. He says, clown fights because boxers don't box. Andre, $5. PBC had the opportunity to have events here in America this weekend, but didn't or couldn't afford it. Malcolm, $2. Can't hold a hand, but you slap a man's yams in ball. Oh, good one. Good one.
After basketball?
Good one. Good one. All your favorite fucking basketball players touching ass out here like they at a strip club, like they in Magic City. How much ass done LeBron touch? Say he ain't smacked Wade's ass. Now you don't want to talk.
No, that's the culture. No,
Oh, so they can have culture. Basketball players can have culture, but not Turkey Al-Ashik. Oh, I love
No,
this
he
shit.
can't. No, yes, Turkey Al-Ashik can have the culture. Yes, indeed.
So then why when we play ball, we can adapt the basketball culture, but when we getting a $50 million check, we can't adapt the culture. Y'all some fucking fools.
No, that comes down to preference though too. Vernon Maxwell, he used to play for the Houston Rockets now. Vernon Maxwell said Michael Jordan would hit him with a fadeaway, then went and slapped him on the ass. And Vernon Maxwell told the nigga, "Don't be touching me like that, nigga. I don't give a fuck who you is, Michael Jordan."
That's one
Stephen
motherfucker.
Man.
That's one
bro.
motherfucker. That's one motherfucker.
Bro, I've never played pickup basketball, and I've never got my ass slapped. Have you, Ness?
No, but I play not professional, but high school ball, you know, and tournaments, and you know that shit happened in them real games, man. That's like you said, part of the culture. You feel me? Shake that hand, man. Hold that hand. Cut that shit out. You fake ass fake. All these mans and none of y'all done signed up. I ain't seen not one. Ain't no Mr. Perfect. You ain't signed up for shit. You ain't signed up for no Border Wars. You ain't sent in no footage. But you this man's man. And anybody else I see, y'all better be careful what y'all type, because half of y'all ain't never even punch a bag. Y'all ain't send no work punching a bag. But you this man's man. You can't hold a hand for $50 million, man.
We in a world where there's no shame. I should be wait, hold on. I should be shamed for kissing strippers in the mouth. I don't dispute anybody who be like, Tone, you wildin'. I don't be like, oh, no. I know I be wild and I get drunk and I turn the fucking party up. That's what I do. Like, y'all niggas is, that shit was wild, bro. It's wild. Whatever niggas want to do, bro. Whatever niggas want to do, bro. Niggas will defend anything. Niggas will be full-fledged murderers and talk about free the nigga. Why do I need to free him? He a menace to the fucking society. These niggas are fucking.
Excuse me.
Y'all niggas will defend it. There's no shame in the world. There's just nothing. There's no. You can't even say nothing. There's no fucking shame in the world. Nasty.
I got IVS $2. What about slap ass in baseball, Ness? Laughing my ass off. Same thing, bro. They do that shit all the time, and then they got the nerve to spit out tobacco like it's tough. Hey, like, get the fuck out of here. Walter, 5-pounder. Man, hold hands in a lot of different cultures. Okay, man hold hands in a lot of different cultures. Man in America are very insecure with sexuality, with the pause game and stuff. Thank you, Walter. So fucking true. And let me tell you, I hate that shit. I hate that they not comfortable with their sexuality. I hate that they always run to the homophobic slurs or the, socialize your fandom with homophobic behavior or gay behavior. It's just weird, yo. It's like, oh, you're D-riding or you're D-sucking because you like Canelo. It's like, whoa, bruh. What's your fucking search history look like? Like, why the first thing when I say I like a fighter is you think about is homophobic acts, bro? Like, yo, shout out to C-Dub, man. He made me see the light. Listen, say what again, muffer? $2. Man, y'all wild. I'm definitely shaking his hand, bro. Salute, champ. Get that bag. They trying to make it seem like you sleeping with the man, and this is why I'm specifically saying you dudes are homophobic, man. Y'all homophobic. Like, I could be bought because I'm holding someone's hand who's paying me $50 million to fight. Y'all can't switch it up and say he paying him $50 million to do other shit. Y'all weird, man. But hey, man, shout out to Crawford, man. Because I know that hurt a lot of y'all to see a man's man hold another man's hand and not be gay. And it's got y'all confused. Alex, $2. I'd rather be broke than twerk for the Turk. You broke. A1 Henry, $5. Hit that like button. It's free. 100 emoji. You the man, champ. You the man. Trilosphily, $2. Munguia adjustments with Reynoso worked out great. I mean, he was winning the first fight. You know what I mean? He was winning the first fight. I don't know that it was that much. I didn't really see adjustments. I'm going to be real. The first thing I said is my man still got his head past his front knee. Like, he's still a sucker for an uppercut. And we seen Berlanga, right? Didn't I throw it in a pre-pro? Or did I tag myself? I think Berlanga, I put in a pre-pro. I'm looking for it now, but Berlanga says something like sign a contract. So maybe Turkey got a 2-fight deal with Berlanga already in play, where if he beats his boy Hamza Shiraz, he gets the Munguia fight that he's telling Munguia to sign the contract about. And he said it in Spanish. Okay, here we go. I got them both. I got a few I need to show you. Because Berlanga out here trying to prove something. And it needs to be said, man, because some people just get more hate than others for whatever reason. So this is Berlanga's statement. He says, firma el contrato, Munguia, y vete pa la verga, way. So he's like, yo, sign a contract and go to hell, right? Now, verga actually means something else, but we'll just leave it there. This is Berlanga's new profile pic. What do you see here, sir?
I see that Canelo took some punishment.
Okay. Did you notice, is this yesterday's fight?
Absolutely not.
But people like to say Berlanga did nothing. Now, do you appreciate Berlanga's performance more than Skull's? Or do you like what Skull did? Did Skull come to survive, or did Berlanga come to survive?
All right, man. You probably got to get somebody up here with a higher boxing IQ.
I don't know, man. I'm just saying they like to shit on my mans. We seen a fight with Canelo yesterday, and we seen Canelo's face yesterday, and he had a damn good face-off with Crawford that it didn't show me anything on his face. You know what I'm saying? Again, some people just receive more hate than others.
I think I don't think Berlanga went in there to run the Lord, not Dana White. I didn't think that Berlanga went in there to beat Canelo. I think after that left hook, I think Berlanga I just don't think it's levels. I don't think Berlanga had the level to beat Canelo. I appreciated both perform. I appreciated Skull making Canelo miss wide and Canelo getting mad with his hairline. I appreciated that. I'm of the man that Canelo is washed. The last good version of Canelo fought Caleb Plant. This Canelo's washed.
So real quick, this is actually in our title. This is nasty work, but Turkey has announced that this September 12th, Las Vegas Allegiant Stadium fight, his brother, Dana White, will be the promoter. So this will probably be the first TKO or whatever that promotion is going to be called event. How do you feel about Turkey passing the ball to Dana on the biggest fight in boxing?
Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely horrible. Terrence Bud Crawford should be fighting Jerron Boots Ennis and giving the culture its rightfully super fight. You gave us the Earl Spence fight. You should have gave the culture the Jerron Boots Ennis fight, because Jerron Boots Ennis is a guy who can take the crown and push the sport forward. Canelo, you should be fighting David Benavidez, somebody who's exciting. Anytime that you buy a Benavidez pay-per-view, I don't buy no pay-per-views, but you niggas that love to buy pay-per-views, you get your money's worth with David Benavidez. When David's in there, David's face gonna look fucked up and the other nigga gonna look fucked up. You gonna get a squabble. Instead, we get two niggas doing a cash out fight. Bud Crawford jump up weight classes, duck smoke at 154, Canelo ducking David Benavidez, just two niggas looking to cash out, and Turkey can have them niggas fight at a male strip club, and niggas is going to defend it. It's just nasty. How does this push the sport forward? And that stadium fight's going to fucking flop. The undercard better be star fucking studded, and he better put fucking Beyonce to perform there, because Terrence Bud Crawford don't have fans like that for no stadium fight. We got to stop, bro.
Damn, you don't think the whole Omaha gonna come out? Stadium fight versus Canelo for the hometown hero. He's a hometown hero. He still lives home. Ain't a lot of motherfuckers could go back home, especially as a multi-millionaire with their purses advertised. They're on the Fortune 500. Nah, Bud is different. I was at his parade, bro. He easily had 24,000 people there. You know, they could get people to go over there, bro. And that's only Omaha. If he could get a third of that, the rest of the world, he got fans all over the world, bro. All over the world. There's no way. I don't know. Hopefully you wrong.
It's on flop. I'm on TMZ. I'm on TMZ Sports, and I'm on TMZ. There's no mention of this announcement. There's no mention of this at all. Now, if that was Gervonta Tank Davis fighting Ryan Garcia, which we already seen that, TMZ would have picked it up. Now I'm mentioning TMZ because that's a casual place. Mm-hmm. Shade Room, Say Cheese, none of them picked this shit up. The culture not jacking this fight. Salute Big If. The culture ain't jacking this shit. This shit ain't crossed over. Bud there's no data to show that Bud can fill up a stadium in America. Now the UK, this is different. Now in Mexico, this is different. They go to the UK, they might pack out 90,000 in the UK. Mexico, they might pack out a Mexican stadium. America, Vegas, comp city, comp city. Boys and Girls Club, how many tickets y'all need? 2,000 tickets? Police officers in Vegas, how much tickets y'all need? Yeah, man. Gervonta Tank Davis got the culture, bro. We got to stop, bro. There's levels.
All right.
Shit ain't like
Jay
break the internet.
Say what?
No. This shit ain't break the internet. Canelo fighting David Benavidez breaks the internet. Crawford versus Jerome Boots Ennis breaks the internet. We got to stop, bro.
Jay Will.
Yo.
What up?
What up, fellas? If you
What
know
up,
of
gang?
any day, I was gonna call in. You know, I was gonna call in a day, man. Oh man, yo, but I don't know, man. Tone just kind of sidetracked me with that crazy ass rant he just gave, man. Right before my call, man. I might have to end my call on that rant, but man, to start with the weekend, though, yeah, man. It was just kind of a pretty much shitty weekend, man. I was, it was my birthday, man. My birthday was on Friday, so I was suited, I was ready to, sit down, have some people over for the fight, man, and it shit was a snooze fest, man. And yeah, man, that shit was disappointing. And Devin could have thrown more punches than all the other fights, but that still was a shitty performance, man. I don't want to say shitty, but I mean you could just tell. Well, I'll say this: if being scared of what's coming back at you was a thing, that's what that was. You know what I'm saying? And he pretty much had a zombie in front of him. A dead man walking, man. Ramirez looked like a shot fighter. You know what I'm saying? And Devin was running around from a shot fighter the whole night. That shit wasn't a good look. Ryan, most entertaining fight. But the crazy thing is, like, I can't say. Now I'll give Rolly his credit, but Ryan is Ryan. I've never seen Ryan outbox really hardly anybody. Um, I never seen Ryan put on some kind of master class, but he always just stops people with that left hook. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely give Rolly the credit for beating Ryan. You know what I'm saying? Definitely being an underdog because I did definitely have Ryan winning. But would this make me pick Rolly over the other top guys at 140 or 147? Probably not. Probably not. To last night, Canelo. Yo, man. I've been saying this shit, man. But the shit just finally caught up to him tonight. Now, I will say this. I think that Canelo is not going to be the Canelo in September. So people saying Canelo shot and all that. Canelo didn't get up for score. You know what I'm saying? And I just think that even though it was a lackluster performance, I just don't. That's not what we're going to get in September. I think he's going to be in better shape. He wasn't even in the same. He didn't even look how he looked when he fought Charlo. His body looked different. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think he really took score serious. That was maybe some of the reason why it was such a lackluster performance. But because I went and watched the Jamel Charlo fight again this morning, and Charlo was moving pretty much like Skull. Skull was moving a little bit more, but like it was a similar type of movement. But Canelo was more aggressive in trying to cut off the ring against Charlo. So I just think Canelo just didn't have the gas to really press forward because he really didn't. Probably had the best training camp. Probably didn't take dude serious.
You don't think Father Time?
But yeah, man. Nah, because if you just look at any clip from the Charlo fight and just look at Canelo's body, Canelo was in much better shape. Man, he took it more. Hey, let me get in let me charge another one. Let me charge another one to the game real quick.
All right.
And then let me get the tone, man. Like that crazy rant you just went on, man. Like it really didn't make sense to me because it's like, I mean, it's not too many fights in the boxing culture that does cross over where you do see it on TMZ, number one. And yeah, like Bud and Canelo is not going to be the same as Canelo Mayweather for sure. But you giving Benavidez too much clout, bro. That I don't see where you talking about that the culture is going to be talking about Canelo and Benavidez. Not
Let me tell
really.
you why.
I don't see that being on
Let
War
me,
Star or TMZ either. You know what I'm
let me
saying?
tell you why.
I mean, Bud is still pound for pound, at least. You know what I'm saying?
I
Benavidez
know,
he just got to the pound for pound list. So it's like, as far
but
as popularity, Bud is definitely more
let me
popular
tell
than Benavidez.
Oh,
What'd you say?
let me. You might be on Discord. Let me tell you why. Because David Benavidez is the only fighter where people think Canelo will lose. David goes to those black platforms. David does Gilly and Wallow. He's one of the few Mexican fighters that does those black platforms. It's a dance partner era. The world would think that Canelo's going to lose to David, which makes people want to be at the fight. Nobody thinks
Right,
Bud,
right.
only the select, like, we got to stop lying. Somebody bring up Bud's live gates compared to Gervonta Tank Davis live gates. Can somebody bring that up?
But see, it's not even like who's comparing Bud to Tank? Like
No.
nobody's comparing Bud to Tank. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't, that's why I don't get that whole rant. It's like, of course, Tank is Tank. Tank is the baby face of boxing. You know what I'm saying? Bud is not that. Nobody's claiming Bud to be that, but you give Bud the right dancer partner, he's going to do decent numbers. Nobody's going to claim that Bud and Canelo's going to break records. But I guarantee that's going to be the look. We saw last night why there would never be a Benavidez fight. We saw last night why Canelo has no chance in hell beating him. So we know that. The only other fight that can really bring even the casuals to the table is Bud and Canelo. You know what I'm saying? You may not like the fight itself. You may think Bud gonna get knocked out, but we don't have too many big names. We can't make Tank and Canelo. We can't make Tank and Canelo. So it's, I mean, what else can we make?
But what I'm saying is Bud Crawford, through the history of his career, has not been a guy that has crossed over in sports and that is as popular like that, bro. He's not a household name. Now, in Canelo fighting David Benavidez, Stephen A. Smith is hollering, yo, I want to see Canelo fight that guy. Joe Budden podcast is saying Canelo is ducking Benavidez.
Yeah, I'm done.
Like a stadium fight with Terrence Bud Crawford and Canelo, I think y'all gassed up. Bro, I was at Ness's party for for Spence Bud weekend. Compare that weekend to the Canelo Charlo weekend. Oh my fucking God. Night and fucking day. Don't even compare a Vegas weekend where Canelo's fighting Jermell Charlo and Terrence Bud Crawford is fighting his rival. Bro, I've been there. And y'all bringing up, oh, well, Canelo sold with Billy Joe Saunders in Texas. Now, Ness, was that around the pandemic?
Yeah.
So people were inside the house during the pandemic, right?
Mm-hmm. Trying to get out. I hear what you're saying.
Right. So the moment people were trying to get out, what's cracking? Oh, shit, a fight? We got to go because we've been missing fights. What are y'all talking about? Stop bringing up Canelo, Billy Joe Sanders when it was around the pandemic and we was inside the house thirsting to get outside. Stop, bro.
All right. If you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up. If you're watching this on X Live streaming video, formerly known as Twitter, go ahead and hit that repost retweet. Man, we got over 1,000 here on YouTube. Only 315 watching on Twitter. That's because they don't know. Same thing on X Spaces. That's what we use to get the, to allow you guys to call in and communicate, as well as Discord. So I need you to go ahead and retweet that as well. The links to call in, I'm putting in the live chat right now, and I will be pinning to the top. We have free smoke, $2. Ref holds both fighters' hands every fight. True. Leonard Sterling, 2-pounder. Canelo versus BJ Saunders did 73,000. Canelo versus Crawford did 65,000.
So the highest attendance to the Las Vegas Raiders game is 67,000 people. This is the NFL, which is a religion. That's a religion. Them niggas ain't doing no 67,000 people. Man.
We got a king counter from a Juice. I see you, but you know a king, it trumps the motherfucking counter. Alex Vega back with another one.
Hey, yo, can you hear me?
We hear you, fam.
Yeah, I'm on a turnpike, so it's real patchy here in Florida. All right, yeah, I got that out. Yeah, no, man, it's just frustrating because you spend money, you dedicate your time to make sure you're a part of something that you love. I love the sport of boxing. I like to watch pro boxing, and to see people asleep on my couch was extremely frustrating. Very, very frustrating, especially when you're saying, Canelo's one of the best fighters of this generation, of this time, one of the best fighters in the world, and he couldn't do much. He literally had to settle for things. And when you're a great fighter, what do great fighters usually do? They find ways to have success. And what was so frustrating was he was okay with just hitting him on the hips, almost landing to the face. He was okay with this guy, moving around and countering him once for him to let off 3. And, maybe he'll land one. And he was fine with him knowing that he's going to get the money, he's going to get the decision, and he's going to get another bag. When it comes to this Turkey thing, listen, it's not bad in what he's trying to do. It's his execution. Right, we see the names, the matchups. Okay, they make sense, blah, 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 blah. But obviously, it's not making sense in the ring. Now, we can talk about, are they motivated or not? Listen, maybe he should stay away from North American fighters. Maybe they're just not used to this. Oh, shit. Maybe they're sorry, I just saw a dead sheep on the road. Maybe they're just not used to, being inconvenient. Inconvenience in Saudi, inconvenience with the long ride to the ring. I'm not sure, because it seems the Africans, they put on a good performance, right? You got the dude from you got Badu Jack, who lives in Dubai, born in Sweden, I believe, or raised in Sweden from the Gambia, and Noel, who's from Armenia. They fought fine. Noel took that fight on 3.5 weeks' notice. He was in camp for a fight, I think, in June, but 3.5 weeks' notice, he had to turn it up, and he did what he had to do to try to win. And shout out, I thought that was a really good boxing match. I really enjoyed it. Badu was landing super clean punches throughout, and Noel, to preserve his energy, was letting off, touching combinations, real amateurish, combos. And I mean, I scored it for Noel, but I wasn't upset with the decision. I wasn't upset that Jack because Badu was really finding the right time to land blows, and then on the inside, he was dominating in the clinch. Throwing shots to the body upstairs. Noel was looking for breaks, and Badu didn't do that. You know why? Because Badu wanted to win. That's why I could appreciate that. Noel wanted to win, and they both figured out what they can do good and where they can settle. not just settle the whole time and know, well, if I win, I'm fighting Ryan Rozicki. It don't matter. I'm going to get another check from somewhere. The Africans, man, wow, what a good clash, I think. FA was boxing so well, and Bacoli knew what he had to do. Get him on the ropes and let off hard shots. And he was trying to win. He was varying his offense. FA knew he can't stand there and bang. If he stood there, he had to be good with his defense. And when he had the chance to step off, box 1-2s, 2-1s, because they were trying to win the fight. And that's my issue. When you saw these other fights, when you watched Canelo, he didn't care. How am I going to expect when he fights Crawford, he's going to care? You think it's about legacy? What about these last couple fights? There was no legacy in that, huh? I guess not. Getting title defense, just defending the undisputed world title, it doesn't mean shit, obviously. So him fighting Terrence Bud Crawford, do you really think it's going to mean something to him? I don't know what's going to take, because obviously it ain't the money, because they're getting plenty of that. All these guys are in silk sheets, and it's fucking disgusting. We want to see fights. We want to see squabbles. We want to see 50-50 fades, and these guys making sure they're doing everything they can to win. And we're just not getting that with these turkey shows all the time. Unless, I guess you got to go to the UK and have fucking Son of Legends fight, because I still haven't watched that fight, unfortunately. And I heard they put on for boxing. But our North American brothers, they won't, and they just won't. They will not. And yeah, man, it makes me upset, because we have some of the best fighters here, but yet they don't have the desire, because at the end of the day, they get built up to just earn the check, not the respect of us, not the respect of their peers. Actually, they do get respect for their peers because they're getting that money, because that's what these guys talk about, man. And yeah, listen, I watched the Brian Leon. You can, I haven't really watched, what's his name? Vidal. You're talking about Vidal, right? The guy from Uruguay that fights for Samson?
Yes.
That's
What's
what
his last name? What's his last name?
No, his first name is Almicar.
Oh, so that is his last name, Vidal. Okay. At least you know.
Yeah, the one that got knocked out by Elijah.
Yes.
That's
who he reminds me of. Robotic.
He reminds me of Rohan, bro.
Rohan who? Polanco?
That's what he reminds. Yeah, man, stands there in front of you. He uses that guard. He likes to catch shot. He doesn't use the shoulder roll as much as Rohan, but he likes to catch shots with his right hand.
I think
stand
he's more
there,
mechanical,
and he's gonna beat
too.
you up.
I think he's more robotic than Rohan for sure, bro.
Yeah, no. Yeah, Rohan's better with his upper body movement, with his hips. But what do? They step forward and try to. They beat you up. They're coming with hard, strong punches. But yeah, I think Rohan obviously is cleaner. Maybe this kid's 22. Maybe with time he'll get better. But yeah, it's not screaming future champ. I'm sure he's really good work for sparring though, because he's gonna make you fight, right? And yeah, I saw what's his name, Marco Verde.
There you go. Hold on.
Cool.
Hold on. I'm pausing your time. You got 30 seconds and 30 seconds, 0.6 millisecond. I don't know what the fuck it is. But look, liar tone. I hate to call you liar tone, but maybe unaware, right? This is culture, right? You said this fight ain't tapped the culture's no major sites. He is the culture. He is the major site. Am I wrong here?
No,
My idol?
Yeah, you're wrong. Here you go. Yeah, you definitely out of touch. I know you did not bring him no seed of God. Oh my God.
But ain't that Charlemagne?
Charlemagne is a political nigga now. Charlemagne talks about.
He still got the biggest platform in music.
No, I'm talking about the biggest platform. All right, now, yeah, you out of touch, bro.
Wait a minute, you telling me 105, bro? This shit's on iHeart and it's a terrestrial station still,
bro. Joe Budden moves the culture bigger than him. Adam 22, sadly, I'm saying this sadly, moves the culture, and I'm saying this again sadly.
We gotta get this from the chat, man. The chat gotta tell me how is Charlemagne the God being how is Adam 22 bigger than Charlemagne the God? There's no way. Go ahead, Alex. Go ahead. There's no way. This guy's tripping.
Damn, you couldn't wait 30 seconds to run that off. But yeah, I saw a Verde fight. I mean, he fought a no-hoper. The guy tried to get up a couple times. He did, but the fight was over. I mean, he looked all right. Nice step back, right hook. Was throwing double jabs, lefts to the body. That's what got the stoppage. And we'll see what he is. There was a little bit of a buzz I could hear from some of the Mexican people I know. Even my stepdad, he knew exactly who Marco Verde was, and he's a casual boxing fan, really just when it comes to Mexicans. So he knew exactly who he was. He knew he was a medalist and everything. So we'll see how he progresses. But yeah, appreciate the time, appreciate the show, and get Turkey out of boxing, man.
Damn.
Pack him up.
He don't need to get out of boxing, bro.
Yeah,
Juice,
probably the biggest musical platform right now, and he was ranked number 1 hip hop wise, was Kai Cenat.
Yo. And I ain't even gonna lie, I lost all the steam I had. I don't even know what we talking about no more.
The whole weekend, baby, the whole weekend.
Oh yeah, I mean the fights weren't good, but I don't know why niggas getting mad at Turkey. From watching at home, watching on the TV, I was excited to see all the fighters, how they gonna come out, how the event gonna look. It looked good to me. Crowd looked like it was deep. Everything looked nice. I mean, I understand some people who was there saying the event wasn't as good as how they wanted, but you can't get mad at Turkey for the fighters not putting on. I thought everything was cool. I didn't watch the Canelo fight. I told my girl to wake me up. She didn't wake me up. She said she woke me up 3 times, but you know how that go. But I heard that fight was terrible. Yeah, that's really it. I forgot what everything I was gonna say. I mean, oh yeah, I wanted to get at two-tone too, hating and shit. Cause wasn't Boots supposed to fight Terrence already, and Boots turned it down? And that wasn't even a big fight. So how's it gonna be big now? And Boots not bigger than Canelo. Canelo the biggest in the sport. So Terrence versus the biggest in the sport is just gonna make for a big event.
Dance partner era. What Tank Ryan outside of Tank ain't did no numbers. Tank ain't did Ryan numbers outside of Ryan. So them two coming together, that's dance partner. Boots versus.
I agree, but we tried that already, right? That already got tried. Boots was supposed to fight Terrence, and Boots turned it down. They was trying to stay loyal to Showtime, and then 2 months later, Showtime got destroyed.
Well, now we got.
And then even Espinoza came out and said there was no real plan for Boots to go over there and fight Terrence. Espinoza came out in the interview and said that.
Okay, so you and your homeboys, y'all wouldn't be hyped for Bud Boots?
I mean, me and my homeboys, but not the casual. Nobody know Boots. Everybody know Canelo.
But I'm saying you not going to Vegas for that weekend, Bud Boots in Vegas? You don't think all the Oh Lord, child.
I like watching the fights at the crib.
I'm telling you right now, Bud Boots in Vegas, Yams is coming out. The culture will
Bud
be
and
there.
Canelo, everybody coming out. That's my call though, man. Love.
Bro, that shit ain't, man. Nobody asked for that fight, bro. Nobody asked for that fight, bro. We're robbed of, because Canelo's ducking David Benavidez, which is a clear duck now. We're robbed of that fight, which is a money fight and a hardcore boxing fan. That merges the two. Then we robbed of Bud Jerron Boots Ennis. And then, yeah, man, Turkey as a promoter, Turkey has shit the bed in America, man. LA flop, New York flop, Latino night in Saudi was mid. You fell asleep. Last night, Canelo Cinco de Mayo, they didn't nobody even came to that fight. Shit was nobody there. Nigga just flopped. Ryan Garcia, this nigga shit the bed. This nigga shit the bed. This nigga need to go back to camp. Why y'all slandering the PBC this weekend? PBC fighter dominated the weekend.
Stop this Charlie May slander, man, because my man's Groke don't play, and we put Groke to the test, man. Groke said my other radio hosts I look up to, Howard Stern, pulls in 20 million views, right? 20 million listeners peaking at. But Charlie May, he bringing in 4.5 weekly. So he's second, homie. He's second.
Don't confuse metrics with impact.
No.
Niggas
Look, I made it simple for group. I didn't even say who. It says, is there a bigger radio host than Charlemagne the God? And it said right away, I'll screen share it. It said right away, arguably Howard Stern is, right? But it tells you, my man is number 2. He coming in, bro. He got the influence, but that's only one. That's only one search. Look at this search. Determining who's the biggest radio platform in hip-hop, iHeartRadio. And what do they mention in the fucking second paragraph? Power 105. I win, y'all lose, man. Get the fuck out of here.
No.
Yes.
No, Ness, we owed money.
And if you want me to screen share again, it says they're influencing culture. Look. Move me out the way. Move me out the way.
Somebody call it.
I'll find it and highlight it.
Man, call up when y'all call in. Tell Ness that we is not jacking no Charlemagne the God no more. He's a legend, but he don't move no needle. He don't move no culture.
Whenever I'm bored, I throw on iHeart, and I could always listen to Charlemagne. That's how I even knew that they switched hosts, and that other girl was there. You know what I'm saying? And she got popular. That's what I'm saying. Here he go again, fibbing. How that girl get that popular? We talked about her on this show.
What's
the girl that got pregnant. The girl that got pregnant.
Tell me the name.
Oh, because you gonna hold me to that now. Cause
no,
I
you
don't
said
know
she's
her name.
They co-host.
They co-host, man.
No, tell me the name. You said she's popular. You know who hosts in 106 in Park?
I'm about to tell you right now. Her name is.
Who hosts
her name
106
is. Wait, it's right there. It's Jess with the mess. You hate her? He think he's slick. We got him.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I'm gonna move on, bro. I got you, man. You tried the bullshit. Jay Rilla, aka Jay Will, paying his debt. D Smith, $5. Ninjas emojis. Didn't appreciate Spence Crawford. It should have. Did bigger numbers. Chad in Canada, $2. Lampley and Jacobs are the real winners this weekend. Moose, $2. Correction, ref holds their wrists. Leonard Sterling, 5-pounder. Texas was opened by Canelo BJ, May 2021. We got Teta Shark, $5. American sports ratings are down overall because the youth sucks. Most youth would rather watch Kasana and be in the house. That does suck, man. Shout out to my son, still play ball. He still go out and plays ball at the gym. All right, we got, wait, I know there's a counterpunch out here floating. I'm not trying to leave you, champ. Fighting words. Oh, no, boxing fight game. Where'd I get fighting words? Yo,
what's going on, man?
What up, man?
Boxing Voice. What's going on, Boxing Voice? How are you?
Chilling.
Yeah, so we're talking about the Canelo fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't watch the fight. I watched the highlights this morning because it was a bit late in the UK. I think it came on about 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. I was still recovering from the night before, the New York card, which was, not bad. We talked about it yesterday anyway. But Canelo, exactly what I thought would happen. Either he knocks him out or, William just runs around. And the good example that you used was the Tour de France. It's been happening a lot with the Canelo opponents. That's why Turkey probably wants to try something different with Crawford. He wants to put some sort of best against best in the era together. But it's going to happen in America on a Friday, not a Saturday. Why is that?
I don't know, bro.
I'm not really feeling the Friday night fights. I like Saturday night. What do you think?
I didn't mind Friday, bro. It was good for me. I'm actually so sad to see so many people, frustrated, disappointed in this weekend. Not weekend, but Friday. I think Friday delivered more.
In terms of New York, I think New York was perfect for Friday. New York is perfect, but I think if you're doing it on the West, Las Vegas, it has to be Saturday night, because I think people all over the world will then say, okay, we want to watch that fight. We're going to get a bit of extra sleep. We're going to wake up, watch it. I think people in America will enjoy it more. It's going to be a big stadium fight. I think, look, this fight, you could argue, could have been here in the UK. It could have been 90,000 at Wembley Stadium. It would have sold out. People would have brought a ticket. People in the UK love stadium fights. I think the culture in America, Turkey wants to make boxing bigger in America than what it is. It's very difficult. You've got a lot of sports in America. In the UK, football is the number one sport. After that, you've got loads of sports, but boxing right now is second. But Dana White is going to be in charge of promotion, which means we're going to see probably the McGregor-Mayweather style promotion, where they're going to go different stores, go on stage, do all that. But it might be a bit boring, because both of these two are not going to trash talk each other, are they?
Not at all.
They're going to pay. Yeah, they're going to. I mean, the Conor McGregor and Mayweather was crazy, because they went to the first place, Canada, where McGregor got the better of him. After that, Mayweather adjusted. That word that you use, adjusted. Not in the ring, but outside the ring, Mayweather adjusted, and he was throwing the money on him and the tap out music. And I don't think you're going to get that this time with these two. But it is going to be a big fight. People will talk about it, but you know what it is? If I'm going to give you an example from a UK point of view, the hardcore boxing fans will watch it. Nobody outside. You know, Eubank and Ben last week, people are still talking about that. People who don't watch boxing are still talking about that fight. So it depends where you're from, what country, what culture. But yeah, I'll be watching the fight. But also, the other guy on your show was on about Crawford versus Boots, Canelo versus David Benavidez. I agree, but then these things happen in boxing. These things happen. I'm looking forward to Hamza Shiraz against Berlanga.
You the man, champ.
Love, bro, love.
Swiffy.
One, two. 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yo, you guys got to stop lying on Canelo. Canelo is in his weight class. He's a middleweight and a super middleweight. The one time he ventured to be great, he went out and fought, was it Bivol, at light heavyweight, and he lost. Don't expect him to go up and do that shit again so he could go up there and lose again. Your niggas got loser mentalities or what they call them, crash dummies. Y'all niggas is crash test dummies. Y'all expect him to be a crash test dummy just like you. He not gonna do that. That nigga got too much money. I think he probably got about $250, $300 million. And Turkey just gave him another 50. Stop acting stupid. He's not ducking David Benavidez. He's staying in his weight class. He knows where he's supposed to be, and that's where it is. I think, man, what kind of, I don't know,
Jay Swift,
man, but
Jay Swift,
what?
Jay Swift.
Yeah.
What weight did Kovalev weigh?
I ain't asked about Kovalev. I'm not talking about Kovalev. I'm a Canelo fan. Tell me about Canelo.
That means did Canelo fight Kovalev?
Why are you asking me questions? Just if you got something to say, say it, because you know you can spark my brain too. You know that, right? Because I sit and listen to both of y'all every day. Spark my brain if you want to spark my brain.
So Canelo, pause. Canelo fought Kovalev at 175. Canelo fought Dimitri
Okay.
Bivol at 175.
Okay. Now, and what was the results of those fights?
Well, he whooped on Kovalev and he got beat pillar to post to pillar by Dimitri Bivol.
Do
Ever
you know
since
why? You know why? Do you know why?
Tell me.
See, he probably could have done that like in his early years. Hey, run me another 5, Ness. I got you. All right? He probably could have done that early on in his career, but he's fought and sparred at least 1,000 rounds. He is getting up there in age. You cannot tell a man like that. You know, he's 30, his age says he's 34, 35. But the way he's sparred, the way he's fought, all the rounds that he's fought and sparred, there's no way he's that young. And y'all got to understand that. He's not that young. He looks great because he's in great shape. But he's not that young. So, you know, his weight class is his weight class. He ventured out. Yeah, he ventured out. I give him credit for it. He won one, he lost one. But the bottom line is he ventured out. You don't have to venture out no more. If David Benavidez want to fight him, tell him to come down to middleweight. Come down to middleweight. We'll give you a fight. But stop trying to make it seem like Canelo is scared. That's all I'm saying. Canelo ain't scared. He's just, look, man, I'm getting older. I don't want to be shell-shocked by the time I retire and can't even figure out how to spend my money, have everybody cheat me out my money. You don't want to be like that type of person. You see what happened to Tommy Hearns? Y'all got to understand, that's the usual for a boxer. Everybody don't, look, you see what happened to Muhammad Ali? That's the usual for a boxer. Everybody doesn't turn out like Sugar Ray Leonard. You know, this is a battle. When somebody punches you in the head, your brain hits the skull. That damages, bruises. That bruises your brain. You don't want to live like that the rest of his life because he dared to be great too many times. Nah, he was in his element. He's in his element. You want him to fight Benavidez? Tell Benavidez to come down to middleweight.
Hey.
There was something else you said, Tone. There was something else you said I was gonna comment on. Oh man, I can't remember. It was something else. I might have to call back in. But yeah, damn, I hate it when I wait too long to get on. But look, if you say it again and I remember, I'll just hit y'all back. But like I said, man, stop asking for the
He's deleted. All right. We got a couple counter punches I got to catch up. Boom. We got DC3, $2. Charlemagne, more known for Democratic propaganda. Here we go with the politics. We've already proven the facts, bro. Like, Group don't lie. You know, if you don't like Group, you present some facts. You know, it's there. The facts is there. I did another one too. Who's bigger, Joe Buttons or Charlemagne? So I gotta read it. I haven't read it yet. Keenan, $5. You can't compare radio to podcasts. Everybody under 35 watches podcasts and live streams. Joe Rogan, promotion, Nello, Bud equals fire. See the guy, promotion, Nello, Bud equals hands up emoji. That's cap. You forgetting that Charlemagne has several podcasts. This is what I'm saying. The uneducated people, it's not your fault that you don't know. I don't expect you to know, useless information that you don't need it, right? Like if you needed it, then you'd have it. But Charlemagne owns what's called the Black Effect Network, which is part of iHeart, which I think I still happen to have the group pulled up, which tells you that iHeart is the biggest platform in the world, coming in at, where is that? All right, so I don't have that one still pulled up. Maybe it's here. Here we go. Boom, boom. No, what is the biggest rated platform? Oh, yes. iHeart has over 860 live broadcast stations across 153 markets in the U.S. with a significant presence in hip-hop and R&B throughout stations like Power 105 in New York, Hot 97, The Box in Houston, and other dominant urban, contemporary, and rhythmic formats. Its platform also includes the iHeart digital service, which streams hip-hop and R&B channels like Hip-Hop and R&B Top 40 and reaches millions globally. The company's revenue and listener engagement, bolstered by events, podcasts, and artist interviews, gives it a massive footprint. They're number one. Next, just for info, next is Sirius. Next, Hot 97. Next, Apple. But the conclusion is, in their summary, iHeart is likely the biggest radio platform for hip-hop and R&B. Come on, man. Fucking dudes be mad.
Horrible.
Mad. You so mad. You want to win arguments with funny jokes and like laughter, not numbers.
I know the truth.
No. I got something for you too. Here it is.
I know the truth. I know the truth.
Yeah, give me the truth after this little soundbite I got for you. Where you at, man? Why does soundboard always make me type things in the order it's written? Why can't I just put like
God don't like ugly? Because God don't like ugly. That's why. Did you know Charlemagne the God deleted his little baby interview?
You know what I'm saying? Hey, Tone lie, I could lie, but them fucking numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie, man. We gave Howard his respect because he's levels above Charlemagne. We showed that. We gave Howard his respect. I mean, you mad? He's still popping. You mad? You trying to call him old media, but he's got all the views.
All
right. So what's the search term you want me to put? How big is Adam? What's Adam's numbers? Like what? Because you out here watching white porn stars.
I love him. Absolutely.
Let's talk about that. You trying to tell us that Charlemagne not the coach? No. Fuck out of here. You trying to tell me Charlemagne not the culture, but some white dude with tattoos who's a porn star is the culture. You need to check yourself and what the fuck you looking at.
Hey man, I'm black. I know my black niggas, we not right all the time. I do not agree with it. But as far as LA, them Crips, them Bloods, Whack 100, Clubhouse, them niggas go to no jumper, bro. And that's what the youth be watching, bro.
First and foremost, you could say Ness lost and you could have Tone Cap, but check this out. Him talking about no jumper triggered me. Them motherfuckers filed for bankruptcy. Fuck is he talking about? Fuck is you talking about? You so big, you bankrupt. You so big, can we move on? Because you've been murdered by numbers. You've been murdered by numbers, and you've been murdered by me keeping my eye on the social media. No jumper filed bankruptcy. Did they not? Did they not file bankruptcy so I could walk away? Did they not file bankruptcy so I could walk away?
Let me know when I can talk.
Can I get that simple answer?
I don't know. That's my answer. Now let me talk.
I'll go to group.
Now, hold on. Now, since you're not tapped in with the culture, I am. Admin 22 said that because he don't want to be involved in the fucking RICO that's happening with Big U. Second, he wanted to push his fucking YouTube members. He wanted to put he did that so he could push his YouTube fucking member shit where you pay $5 a month to watch exclusive interviews, bro. You not tapped in with the culture, bro. You only watch boxing. That's all you do.
So now we gonna rock with a dude that's straight lying about being bankrupt. That's what you're trying to tell us. You're trying to tell us I'm not tapped in enough to know that he lied? That's what you're saying?
White people been lying for years. White people ain't lying.
But that's who you telling us is the culture. A white liar who happens to be a porn star. Man, chill, man. Just let it go, man. Just let it go, man. Just let it go. There's no way Adam 22 is the culture, but you got it. I ain't gonna cut you off. My bad.
Let me explain this in narcissist terms. I don't agree with black people supporting Adam 22. Hear what I said. Two-Tone the Superstar, does not agree with black people supporting Adam 22. But in reality, they do. Them niggas, Big U is involved in a RICO. Adam 22 does Fed-type interviews like he's the fucking feds. He's trying to distance himself from that and make money by pushing his YouTube membership. The moment he said no jumpers going broke, the next day he said, well, you can buy a membership for $5. I know he's not the culture, but in reality, niggas go to Vlad TV and tell all their business. Niggas go to Adam 22 and tell all their business. Charlemagne the God does not push the culture. He not fucking with Rob 49 like that. He don't, bro. No nigga in their 20s listens to the radio. No nigga in their 20s grabs the iHeart app and say, let me put Power 105. What are you talking about, bro? These niggas is playing video games and streaming, bro. It's a different culture, bro.
All I know that reading is fundamental, and with a quick Google search, those financial struggles are true. Offices were closed. People were laid off. Not a cat move to get fucking memberships. But I'm going to go use the restroom. You can lie some more, because Google's not a fucking liar like you.
No, Chill Will. I don't worship anybody. You just a two-tone superstar dick rider. Anytime in the chat, you just mention my name. And it's cool. I got a lot of dick riding fans. Either way, you niggas is watching. Second, nobody believe that no jumper shit. This the Adam 22 that let somebody fuck his wife. You don't think he would lie? This nigga let somebody fuck his wife and he watched them fuck his wife. What are you talking about? His morality don't get no fucking credibility? What are we talking about, man? Nasty work, man. Make sure y'all go ahead and hit the like button. I say that respectfully. Bottom line is, Charlemagne did not push no motherfucking culture. He did. Charlemagne the God is a legend. We love Charlemagne the God, but right now, he's old and he's washed, man. It's Charlemagne to tell you he's washed. Yes, Adam 22 is a bozo. Yes, Adam 22, King Duke with the $2, Adam 22 is not the culture. I agree. Bro, I agree. But in reality, these young niggas go up there, bro. We can't lie. Chicago gang members go to Adam 22. LA gang members go to Adam 22. Adam 22 paying for interviews, bro. Vlad TV paying for interviews. Ness don't even know that the athletes now, like the nigga used to play for the Hawks, Teague, Rashad McCants, the Pivot podcast, the athletes are taking over media and they doing podcasting themselves, which eventually down the line is going to kill off Adam 22, kill off Vlad, because athletes is going directly to athlete podcast now. Yeah, 5150. That's just out the culture, man. Ain't no nigga listen, bro. I don't know what's going on in the Breakfast Club.
Hey, man. Again, amen, say man, but this is all I know. You know, this is all I know. I got sound bites.
Hey, all I see is numbers.
That's all I see is numbers, and we got this one for you.
Don't everybody believe in Google? Go Google that shit.
You know, the one thing I agree with, Carlos, is that Google's there to help us all, man. Google that shit. The best thing you can do to win an argument with me is do a better Google search than me. That's it. Do a better Google search than me. Because Adam22 not big, according to numbers. We're going to move on, though, because we're going to actually screen share because I know we went on a tangent. But we're going to go back to the reason. We had to somehow prove, the credibility of Charlemagne the God to the rap god, Two-Tone. But moving myself out the way here and screen sharing, you can see that he says everything that most callers have been saying. We're bringing it back to boxing. We're screen sharing the face-off between Canelo and Crawford, where Crawford looks significantly bigger than Canelo, at least in height. And Charlemagne says this moment right here was better than all those boring-ass fights they charged us $90 for this weekend. Canelo versus Crawford is a super fight for boxing fans, and after those lame-ass matches, we watched over the 48 hours. We deserve this.
Look at Roxy. Look at the casual Roxy from 106.
Finally a good one.
Get your ass out. She don't watch boxing at all. That's the shit I'm talking about.
Negative. I actually know her personally. Remember? No. I did a show with her, and I actually engaged with her for like half a year, bro. Like I did a show with her. I did a show with her at a fight. I think it was the JoJo Diaz. She actually watches boxing.
If she said finally a good one and she watches boxing, that's sad.
I'm saying not on a daily level, but she watches, bro. She watches.
Well, obviously she don't when she said finally a good one.
Okay, Tone, you win every conversation. You are a winner.
No, you win every conversation.
No,
I'm not
won. You won. BR. $2. Bud was the biggest winner of the night. And Two-Tone. G-Ball, $2. Shout out for Tim Bradley going in on the event. I actually have that. I put it in pre-pro. I did not watch it to watch it with Cha. It's buried. So, Rob, if you want to help while I scroll this endless scroll, Lord of mercy. All right, I'm going to have to, I did want to show this, though. This is another fine moment in boxing history. Shout out to the King Rolly Romero.
Tremendous.
I seen somewhere that I think the reporter said he should take the name now that he beat Ryan. I don't know that Romero's actually going to do it.
Wait, this old, right?
Oh, yeah, but that's why it's dope, right? Because it's I think it's like fine wine. I don't watch things without watching it with Cha, but I'm told this should be fine wine.
He's a tremendous fighter. He's a tremendous fighter. The only people he cannot be happens to be myself, Gervonta Davis, and Depression.
This is...
I like those glasses.
How many years ago was this? Because not to be funny or disrespectful, those things ended up being true. He couldn't beat Tank. He couldn't beat Rolly, and he definitely, I ain't going to say didn't beat, but he struggled with the depression, bro. Rolly is starting to look like a goat out here. King Rolly, as I'm told, he wants to be addressed.
I'm thinking Floyd Money Mayweather is so good at boxing that he knows the matchups. Because, you played that video yesterday. He predicted that Rolly would whoop Ryan Garcia post to pillar to post. He threatened Tank with a Loma fight because he knew Loma would have put hands and feet on him. He threatens Tank with a Shakur Stevenson fight. Floyd knows, bro. Floyd know who will get hands and feet put on him.
Let me get to Counterpunch. Pat, shout out to you using the PayPal, man. You figured it out.
Mic check, 1, 2.
Nice and clear, my friend.
Good stuff. I'm glad you received that thing. I wasn't sure how to work it out, but then I'm glad you got it. Yeah, shout out to you, Tone. Shout out to you, Ness.
Salute.
Yeah, there's a few things. I just don't understand why we blaming Turkish for things. This is the fighter that's making the fight. I mean, these are the guys on the ring, so I don't know why we have to say Turkey is Turkey's fault. What happens, the money is getting so so like coming too easier, so the hunger is not there. So like the fight is not gonna look like, like a real fight because they have the money. So for me, we cannot blame Turkish for that. Yeah, he's giving money like easily, but it's still the fighter to make the fight. So we cannot blame. This is the fighter we have to blame. Uh, Second thing is, I agree with Tone. The best fight really they are Boots against Crawford and Benavides against Canelo. But we know we're not gonna get it, so I don't know. But I agree with you on that one, Tone.
Salute.
Also, this is my observation. I might be wrong, but we have to look at it. It looks to me that the fighters that are giving us the best fight are starting to come out of North America, out of the USA. It looks like we're getting the best fight either from like yesterday that was the African guys that gave us the best fights really. It looks like we're having best fight from like Eastern European, best fight from like Latino American, best fight from like the UK. It looks like people are more hungry from other countries. So this is my observation. I might be wrong, but we have to look at it. And yeah, that's my call really. But I just want to make sure that we still have to blame the fighter. Sorry, we cannot blame the promoter. The promoter, they do their job. Sometimes they do it wrong, but still the people that have to make the fight to keep the fans happy is the fighters when they fight. So we cannot like move the goalposts all the time. And we're still happy that we have those 50-50 fights. Otherwise, we'll still be like like talking like, oh, why we don't they're ducking. He's trying to make those 50-50 fights, and when they happen in those 50-50 fights, we blaming him. Man, this is too easy to put it on the Turkey. So that's my call, man. We have to put the fight the blame on the fighters and not on the promoters. Anyway, hasta luego, papi.
All right, champ. Appreciate you. If you're watching this on YouTube, free to hit that thumbs up. Absolutely free. Costs you nothing at all to hit the thumbs up. We're going out to keep the phone lines moving. Let me get to these super chats. Do apologize, but we are going to keep the lines moving. We got Andre. He says $5. Dana promoting this fight. Of course, Bud and Canelo will be on Joe Rogan. Feel free to move the goalposts. Saying Adam 22 is the culture is nasty work. King Duke, $2. Adam 22 is not the culture. Andre back with another 5. Buffoonery. Add 22. What? I don't know. I can't see that. What? Can you see whatever emoji that is? Because it's blocked out for me. He says, "Isn't the culture?" I'm assuming it's a 22. That's all I hear. Two-tone naming buffoonery. Dre, welcome to the prospect level. Adrian, $2. We think Turkey is doing a 3-day bender for Sep. So y'all think he's doing another 3-day event for September is what he's insinuating in his chat there. We got Chad in Canada. What up?
Oh, hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I thought I was deeper in the queue. Morning, Ness, morning, Tone. Tone's still there?
Yes, sir. Morning. Top of the morning. Top of the morning.
I couldn't tell. Yeah, man, I gotta say, I really been enjoying listening to TBV these last couple days because it's one thing to hear people's opinions on like how a fighter's doing in the ring or technical stuff, that kind of stuff. If I have an opinion on it, I don't necessarily, I like to hear what people think, but it's not like essential to me. But for this type of thing where like a whole event is being called into question, I really like to hear what the people are saying, you know? And it's been great hearing all the different people calling in and giving their opinions on it. Last night, there was some great callers. I didn't get the guy's name, but he was like a Southern sounding guy, maybe New Orleans. He gave a great call, man. And yeah, like people are definitely frustrated. like I would even say like embarrassed to an extent. Like I know we had friends over, we had people over on Friday for the Fatal Fury for New York, and I mean, like we were practically falling asleep. Well, how do you think the guests were doing, right? Like it's like you got to be explaining it to them. Like it is kind of embarrassing, man. And all like the image I've seen yesterday and Friday is it just looks like wealthy people that happen to box. Like I see guys that like look like they don't want to get in harm's way. Like I see guys that don't look like they got a lot of heart getting in there. Like I don't want to hear nothing from people talking about, well, you're not a fighter, you get in there. Fuck all that. Like fuck all that. This is something on a different level. This is a whole other level of it, man. Like, I mean, when I don't know at what point in the Haney fight where the commentators started saying they were under threat of having the record for the least amount of punches thrown in any division. That would basically imply in recorded boxing history. I mean, that's pretty bad, man. Like this was something totally different. And it was like, I don't know what to say about like what does it really mean for these fighters? Like I can't even comment on what Devin Haney like everyone's talking about what Haney's next move is going to be, what Ryan's next move is going to be. I can't even begin to guess. Like these guys got to get their heads right, man. Like that's what I saw. I saw guys who were completely unfocused when it came time to fight. Um, I don't know if they're not into it anymore. Like the caller last night, the Southern gentleman, that's what he was saying. Like these guys, they've made money and now things have changed maybe. And I sort of agree with that. Like I think that it is something bigger going on like that. It isn't just a bad night because man, oh man, oh man, New York was like shout out Tio.
That's the bell,
People
champ.
dogging. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys.
You got it. Borough City E. Borough City E. Yo, yo. Going once. DC3. DC3.
Yo, you know me?
We do.
What's the deal? Two-tone, what's the deal, man?
What's cracking?
Yeah, man. This weekend was underwhelming, bro. We got to keep it 100. Like we have to. I ain't really have an issue with. You know what I'm saying? The venue in New York, it been outside, but it's a disgrace when you got all these people and they can't even see the fucking fight. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure that would have made the fighters more motivated, being able to see all them, but without having the barricades up and being able to hear, the crowd. You know what I'm saying? That probably would have motivated them more, being able to see. Because it didn't look like, me watching the fight, it didn't look like the people that were sitting there was enthused. Like, it looked like they were just there because they was invited. You know what I'm saying? I think, you know, they should have took the barricades up, bro. I don't know what's next for these guys. And shout out to Tio, man, because he had the best performance of the weekend outside of the Bacola and the Jabba fight to me. I think that fight was good. I don't know about Munguia. I was never big on him, bro. To be honest with you, like he don't. He just. I think Berlanga. I don't even like Berlanga, but Berlanga gonna knock his ass out. Like I don't. He just Munguia, man. I don't know, man. But man, yeah, this was some bullshit. And to be honest, I don't know how much longer Turkey gonna be in boxing because if they keep putting on these type of performances, bro, he gonna probably look at it like I'm wasting my fucking money. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all can keep saying, but who wants to invest? Who wants to keep investing in some in this bullshit, bro? This week we looking for Inoue to hope and save us. Bro, think about it. Was it even a knockout on either one of these cards? Did somebody get knocked out?
Nah, man.
Did somebody get knocked out? Exactly.
Nah.
Exactly. And look, I don't have an issue watching the fight and knockout not happening. But bro, nobody got stopped, bro. Nobody. And then that shit with Canelo, man, that shit was crazy to me.
Yeah, but
That
you
was
know
crazy. I
that's what
get it,
happens when you face the top, though. Mayweather didn't stop
man.
Canelo. Canelo didn't stop Mayweather. Oscar didn't stop Trinidad. Trinidad didn't stop
So,
Oscar. Like at
so
the
Jose,
top level,
so
it's even.
so Jose, so you look at Jose Ramirez, so you look at Jose Ramirez, how he looked. He at the top level still, man.
I mean, he's a former unified champ for a reason. He
Man,
fought in an
we see,
undisputed
yo,
fight.
he is. Did you see how that man looked, man? Did you see how he looked? He looked like he was there for a check.
Styles make fights,
Man,
and they put him in. They put him in
Devin could
two
have stopped
fights.
him.
They put him in
Devin
two
could have
fights
stopped
that
him.
don't suit him. They put him in versus two boxers. They put
Devin
him in
could have
versus two
stopped him,
boxers.
bro.
That's not the
That
style
dude
that
was just
suits him. All right.
that dude landed 30 punches, bro. He landed 30 punches, bro.
All right.
He landed like 30 punches, bro.
He landed 40 just like De Los Santos, man.
Oh, a couple
What
more.
that's
This shit was
that's the
bullshit.
bell.
This
That's the
weekend was
bell. That's the
bullshit, bro.
bell.
This
That's the
weekend was
bell. That's
bullshit,
the
bro.
bell. Stop
Shit was
punching after the
bullshit.
fucking bell. That's the bell. Cliff, what up? He punched the same amount of punches as De Los Santos. That's why I pulled up them numbers, because this is what I like to do. Meanwhile, y'all want De Los Santos to get a title fight with Keyshawn. You forgot how many punches he threw, though. Go ahead, Cliff.
Yeah, we done like changed the topic mad times. I kind of forgot like the other caller exactly what I wanted to say, but
We can wrapping it up. If you want to go outside of that and any of the conversations we talked about, that's on you. But we can wrapping it up.
I want to rewind a little bit to when you was talking about look at Canelo's face versus Skull versus Berlanga. I mean, I figured a few months ago we wasn't really doing that, so we really was trying to say, yo, you can't go off of that. So I don't think what I mean. We really need
What
to look at.
I did was say, look at Edgar Berlanga's 2 posts. This second post is Edgar's new profile pic, and I told you what he's insinuating. I mean, the tweet says it. He tweeted it out like you know what I'm saying? He called let me find him. He called Skull, different words.
Yeah, but we got to never mind that because we already know from this channel that we don't play that.
Yeah, that's we us callers, but like we us hosts have to still report the fighters and what they say.
Report it, but we also got to be like, as a community.
He says Skull is banned from boxing. What the fuck is this, cabrón?
If we're gonna ban Skull, then you need to ban Devin. Then you need to ban Shakur. You need to ban De Los Santos. You need to ban a lot of people. I personally, my girl was casual. She didn't like it. She was like, "You can't win like this. This is not fighting." Da 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 da. I was trying to explain to her, like, I mean, it's not Skull's obligation to be like, "I'm too fast for you, so I'm gonna stand here so we can actually have a decent fight." It's Canelo's job to have enough ability to keep up with the man, hurt him, do something. So I mean, it wasn't entertaining, but at the same time, whatever you can do for them 12 rounds to get 7 rounds wins, 7 rounds won, I don't care how you do it. If you can do it, do it. If it's in the rule book. So I don't care if you run around like that. Just do it. I don't give a fuck. It's up to the other guy to be able to stop you or do something about it. I think that they kind of gave Canelo a gift, but they wasn't gonna take the fight from Canelo like that. So, and even Canelo didn't know he won. At the end of the fight, they asked him, and he was like, "Well, I really, when a fight like this, you never know what they're gonna how they're gonna score it." I forget his exact words, but that's basically what he was trying to say. It's like in a fight like this, you never really know, and that's why I hate these kind of fights. I don't like fighters like that. He more or less that's what he said in his little Mexican way. Yo, and I have mad counters that I didn't get this whole weekend, bro. You gotta start letting me get my counters, man.
What counters, bro?
You got mad fives from me in that Zelle and the Cash App. You never came back to me.
How many
good.
fives do I owe you? You know I don't play. I pay.
I don't normally be like trying to come asking you, "Oh, I got these in the bank." Let's just say I got a counter. I mean, just give me one of them.
You use it then.
I use it for later. Yo, just put it in the bank. I ain't talking about nothing.
CYP.
Yo,
Yo.
man, we got some disgruntled people, man. You can add me to the list, man. I swear, when you get one knockdown in the whole weekend in all the major fights, what the fuck? I know FA. I'm disagree with you on FA. I think FA is a bad man, and all that backpedaling, moving around is not for niggas that big. He should have stood up in that pocket and let him have it. But I get it. Niggas who get paid a lot of money nowadays are not willing to go all out. They just want the decision. And Turk is making a mistake in paying them so much money because they are not performing because they have no reason to. They don't have to put on great performances. They don't need the pay-per-view numbers. They don't need it. And we don't need them in this sport. And I'm dead serious. I was sitting there mad as hell thinking about all the pay-per-views I always buy. And I was like, damn, are we getting played? Like, are boxers now making money just to do nothing? Will we see a UFC card that could possibly have more knockdowns than a boxing card? Like, in the UFC, they can kick, they can grab, they can guillotine, they can choke, they can knock out, they can finish you in all kind of ways. How the fuck could they have more knockouts and more knockdowns than us when that's all we can do? Something ain't right. Like UFC can't be the place for knockouts. We gotta step this shit up. I hope any boxer listening, yo man, you gonna eat right now. You gonna eat right now with the Turk. But when that fool get tired of this shit, you gonna come back to a dead sport. We don't nobody want to see it because they know all y'all gonna do is run around and trying to hurt each other. Now it is what it is. If you don't want to box and hurt and get hurt, then man, homie, don't do it. You get paid millions of dollars. Pay me the money. I go in there and get knocked out. Like the shit is just starting to get. It's just getting crazy. And I'm gonna tell you something. What William Skoll did, I'm gonna give you props on this, Ness. I mean this shit. I'm gonna give you props on this. You going in on Canelo for not cutting off the ring. That's what's up. Because when it was Boots and Karen, all these niggas said was he got to learn to cut the ring off. He didn't do good. He didn't cut the ring off. He's supposed to learn to cut the ring off. Yeah, niggas. Y'all think we forgot? Y'all think we forgot? Yeah, remember that. We on your ass, motherfuckers. Remember that. What you were doing that to Boots, who's 27 years old. Do that to Canelo, who's pound for pound. Exactly. See, it don't come off. See, it got a sting to it. It got a sting to it when it's time for you to do what you're supposed to do. Get on Canelo ass for not coming off the ring like y'all did to Karen. That was the same goddamn shit. You tell me I'm lying. yeah, y'all remember. Y'all fucking remember. Yo, but on a serious note though, shout out to Vega, man. Like I told you, Vega, when you angry and you cooking, that's the best Vega we ever get, man. And I'm telling you, I'm with you on this one, homie. We need better fucking fighters. We need to hunger back. Stop paying these dudes so much money. Make them go earn that money because fighting is usually about what my ass get paid. Now it's just about no matter what happens, I'm getting paid anyway. Like they're not getting paid no more money for a good performance. They're gonna get paid regardless of the performance or the sales or the views. That shit needs to change. CYP out.
All right. My bad. Dan Stonebone dropped off. People don't like waiting. Man, listen, it's a long line. You think I want to have people, waiting? Long line, and we got to talk. We can't just only go to the callers. There's going to be a lot of talking going on. It's a long podcast. Get you through church. Some of you dudes backsliders. You got an earbud in church. I know how you're doing it.
Facts.
What up, champ? Trilos.
What's
Yo,
up,
how do you
y'all?
pronounce this fucking name, bro? Help a brother out. You just sit there grinning as I butcher your name. What's your real name? Why we gotta call you this weird I never seen name? What are we saying here?
Oh, that's the name of my website, dog.
Oh,
So
okay,
and my and
okay.
my and my podcast. So
Okay, that
my
makes
name is
sense.
my name is Noel, but it's like philosophy, but trilosophy.
So what are you talking about over there?
Philosophy.
There we go.
What are
Two
you
Tone knows how to pronounce it.
What are you talking about over
Boxing,
there?
dog.
Oh, okay.
Boxing, man.
Okay.
Yeah. I've interviewed several people from across the pond here in the States, professionals, this and that. I've
What
been out of
part
the game for a little while.
what part of the states you in?
I'm in Cali.
Oh, nice. Damn, bro. I need a Cali guy, man. Let's talk, bro. I never had a Cali guy. There's about to be a fight in Cali too, right? What's the big fight? The Pacheco fight, right?
Yeah, man. And then you got the Jake Paul fight.
There you
It's gonna
go.
be out here in Anaheim and shit. So
What?
you know,
I get you in there like swimwear, homie. That's an old phrase. Old phrase. Showing my age.
shit.
Here we go.
Well, let me know, home.
No. You DM me, man. I can only tell. I
All
can only
right,
give you the seed. You have to water
all
it.
right, G. I'll DM you. No worries. Um, so I don't know. Like us as boxing fans, I feel like this is the only sport where we complain when they don't make the big fights, and then we complain when we do make the big fights. You know what I mean? It's like you're damn if you do, you're damn if you don't.
No,
You
it's
know,
they
Turkey
can't
puts on the
please
big
us,
fight.
bro. We are not pleasable as boxing fans, bro.
No, and we don't see this in like the UFC. We don't see this in Bellator, any kind of MMA or any other combat sports. It's just because I mean, yes, they are their own promoter, they're their own company, they're their own manager. You know what I mean? Like it's just all in one house. I get it, but it's like Turkey puts on these big fights and we still complain, right? Okay, if all these cards were PBC fights, I mean, you know, promoted fights, I mean, were people still going to complain? I mean, you know what I mean? Or if it was Golden Boy or Top Rank, you know what I mean? We're always going to find a way to complain. And I feel like he's putting Crawford against Canelo because we all know that Crawford is his favorite fighter. You know what I mean? Like he wanted to make that fight regardless. That's Turkey's like okay, this is my favorite fighter. I feel like you can beat Canelo, and you know Crawford is. I mean, otherwise,
Just remember
no one.
who manifested this fight before Turkey ever existed, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying?
What is that, Ness?
That's right. When the conversation was Earl and Canelo, I was the first to say Bud needs to fight Canelo if he wins. I had plenty of people call me crazy. I'm pausing your time. Had plenty of people call me crazy. Bud himself was doing interviews saying no. But quickly, that no and that, oh, weight classes for a reason that he even said out his mouth changed to he want to fight. Believe you me, that shit is on audio. Nobody wanted that fight. They laughed at me hard. They said I was a Bud hater for trying to get him to fight Canelo, my brother.
Damn
Then
it.
then His Excellency came and said he wanted the same fight. All of a sudden, everybody tune changed once they heard Buzz say, yeah, you know what? I want him. But that didn't happen. I mean, some people say that it happened during fight week, but I feel like that shit didn't happen until he seen the Jamel Charlo fight. But some people say that, I think he was on a podcast during fight week where he has said, that he would fight Canelo. And obviously,
Mm.
look, here we are. He's fighting him. It's just too much money. One of the major reasons that I gave way back then is just too much money. If you're Bud just beating Earl, how do you make another 20 million? You can't. His
Yeah,
name is
no,
his name is Canelo.
there's no other person. There's no other person, and if it's not Canelo, Boots is not popular enough, you know. So it has to be, you know, the Crawford versus what is it, the biggest name in boxing, right? If
Turning it
Canelo
back
could
on.
go, yeah. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of this fight, but it is what it is. If Canelo can go up to be great, right? From like 160 to go up to 175 to fight Kovalev. I mean, I guess why can't Crawford, right? So that's fine. That's fine. As far as a Friday fight, this is going to be on Netflix and on a Friday.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Okay,
look, you
so
got if they bring in Dana White, remember Dana White fucks with Nick Khan and the old WWE. That shit is already on Netflix. Plus, we've had reports that Netflix said were specifically interested in Canelo Crawford. So I hope, but yeah, the signs look like yes.
all right, well, that certainly sounds like Jake Paul, like his last fight, Mike Tyson. That was on a Friday. One of the largest viewerships, if not the largest viewership in all of boxing. So
Damn, I didn't remember that. Good one, good one.
yeah, and
Appreciate
then
it.
I feel
That's the
all right,
best.
G. All right,
You the man.
I got you.
Let me catch up here. We got Moose with the counter. Where is Moose? Moose on Discord? No. Moose on Twitter.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Check, check.
Yeah, what's up with that scratch noise you made when I said that the refs be holding their wrist?
Oh yeah, because same shit.
No, holding the wrist and holding your hand is two different things.
Same shit.
How is it the same when the wrist and the hand
all right, so
are two different body parts?
What is the purpose of this call? You think Bud is some sort of wrong for holding the hand of Turkey? Is that what this is about?
No, that's not what this is about. Because I actually joined kind of late, and I heard somebody say something about the refs hold their hands, and I had to correct it and say no, they hold their wrist.
Yeah, but I
That's
mean,
all
I don't know
that's
if you know that the conversation originated from people trying to say Bud is out here holding hands for a check and how they would not hold the hand of Turkey for a $50 million check. So then we started giving reasons why they're dumb because basketball players, how much ass did LeBron grab throughout his life?
A lot of ass. Probably, I'm assuming.
All right. And baseball players, you know, how many motherfuckers done grab McGuire's ass for knocking him out the park? So, like, these dudes just trying to make this homophobic conversation about Bud holding hands with Turkey when he know he getting a $50 million check to fight Canelo is just broke, stupid people, trolls. But you replied to that without knowing, I guess, the basis of the conversation.
Yeah. Well, even that, you know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, I get what you're saying, but then it's like, why do I got to be in the ring holding your hand? And when nothing's going on right now,
it's a culture. It's a cultural thing. It's a cultural thing.
That's what
Obviously, I mean, look at Italians. You think Paulie Malignaggi has an issue kissing his cousins or his friends? It's mwah, mwah on both sides. Forget about it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Everybody got a different culture, man.
Yeah, I figured it was a culture thing. And DC3 brought up nobody getting knocked out, and then you brought up past fights like Floyd and Canelo and some other fights. And, you know, even though nobody got knocked out,
I mean, Bivol,
Floyd
man.
and Canelo was
Both of them shits.
Yeah.
No knockout.
Yeah, but the thing is that the getting knocked out, that's not what matters. The fight just needs to be entertaining. You know what I mean? You can have an entertaining fight without anybody getting knocked out. What happened this past weekend, that shit was not entertaining. You know, it was just nobody had any desire, any fire, any hunger. You could see it. They just cruising. They just trying to get by. You know, and that's not cool in my opinion. But yeah, man, that's all I got. Shout out TBV, man. Y'all have a blessed day.
You too. You too.
Yeah.
I wanted to go ahead.
Salute Marco Verde for getting his stoppage. He looked nice.
I didn't even watch that because when I seen the actual ring walks and they said Canelo wasn't walking till 9 and the card started at 2:45, and I'm like, no way.
He's in no condition to continue, Al.
I said, no way, right away. No
But
way, right away.
I hold boxers to a different standard because, like, boxers don't fight every other day. They 6 months, 7 months, some take a year off. So you have all that time to focus on your opponent, all that time to train and to laser focus. So on fight night, I don't want to hear you had a bad night. I don't want to hear that because you have so much time to focus on that opponent. Like, imagine you giving LeBron James 4 months to prepare for one basketball game. I don't expect no mistakes. I don't expect nothing. When you have that much time to prepare, and what Moose is saying, Ryan Garcia, after he got knocked down, he did not try to win the squabble. And Rolly took what Ryan gave him and was like, all right, cool. I'm coasting. Devin Haney did lateral movement. He did just enough to win, but Ramirez didn't come to win the squabble, and Devin wasn't going to say, "All right, I'm gonna get this nigga up out of here." No, that's not what happened. I felt Teo was trying to win the fight. I felt Barbosa was trying to win the fight. William Skull said, "I'm not going to get put to sleep. Y'all been talking about I'm going to get knocked out for 6 or 7 months. No, I'm going to use my Cuban footwork." And Canelo, father time. Slow feet, stuck in mud, missing. Yeah, man. Yeah, when you got time to prepare for a boxing match, you got 8 like Bud Crawford. I don't want to hear no excuses from Terrence Bud Crawford fans when he fight Canelo. This man had a year to prepare for one guy. I'm expecting a perfect performance. You have mad preparation time for one guy. I don't want to hear no excuses. None.
So I wanted to go down this list, man, of the 20 world champs that Canelo Alvarez has defeated. I don't see William Skull, which means he's now on 21, right? You got Miguel Puppet Vasquez. You got the legend Carlos Baldemir. Love More Nadu is the first fight I've watched, or rather, should I say the first fight that HBO put on, because, you were forced to kind of watch Canelo. But Kermit Cintron, Puerto Rican champ, I think he's from Philly, PA. Shane Mosley, legend. And that's what I always say. I always point out that Shane Mosley win, because that was Shane Mosley past his prime, but he will always get credit for that Mosley fight because Canelo was pretty young in that fight. Floyd, obviously, who he lost to. Laura. Cotto. Obviously, Laura, let me not just go by, because somehow Laura's been able to remain champ throughout all these years, man. But I want to say that his toughest fight outside of Canelo has to be Jarrett Hurd, right? And which is crazy. That means he ain't been in a tough squabble in a while. And I interviewed Yoneli Hernandez, where there were heavy rumors he was going to fight Laura, and he said he would not fight Laura.
Damn.
Miguel Cotto, obviously Puerto Rican legend. Amir Khan, obviously Pakistani legend. People did not appreciate that fight, though. Obviously, that was Amir Khan allegedly daring to be great, moving up to, I think, 54, where Canelo destroyed him after 6 or inside of 6. Khan was always known to be chinny, so that's kind of like, unfair victory. But, hey, big fights are meant to happen. And the funny thing is, when you shit on Canelo, you'll say you don't want to give him credit for Khan moving up, but we're going to give Crawford credit to move up. Liam Smith, world champ. I remember that one happened, I think in front of 48 or 52. I think it's 52,000 in Texas, because Earl came in at 48 with Mikey. Then you got the 3 fights with Gennady Golovkin, bro. Daniel Jacobs, who, according to Chad in Canada, did a phenomenal job on the mic yesterday. I don't watch fights with TV volume, so I was not able to hear his commentary. Sergey Kovalev, they love not to give him credit for a 3-time WBO light heavyweight champion where everybody's punching. You know what I'm saying? Callum Smith just leveled up and now will be, I ain't going to lie and say he'll be the biggest name on Benavidez's resume if that fight comes to fruition. But probably the second, right, Dave? Damn, Jesus, that was a mistake. Tone? Called you David by mistake.
Second, yeah, because you got
first,
Caleb,
right? Yeah.
Plant, yeah. So you got Callum Smith over Boo Boo?
Ooh, nope. Good call. 2-time champ. Well, they both 2-time. Well, Callum is 60. Is he 60 and 68, or is he just 68? What division?
I don't know if it was.
No,
I think it's 60.
Yeah, I think it's 60. I think he fought Groves at 68. arguable. I don't know. Tip Bellis, I see you on the line. You might have to give us your opinion on that. I'm gonna keep it moving. Billy Joe Saunders, also multiple times champ, and holds that win over Chris Eubank, who's getting mad love right now. He actually took the O from Eubank. Keller Plant, who happens to be the best name on Benavidez' resume at the moment. Dimitri Bivol, who is the only man in the history of boxing to beat two current undisputed champs. And Jermell Charlo, speaking of undisputed, he was undisputed when he moved up to fight Canelo. And then Jaime Munguia, one-time WBO champ. Not bad. Then you got to slap William Skull on there, man. And so I read that off and took you down memory lane. And people going to hate it, especially with the conclusion. That's why you don't get the Benavidez fight. That's why, like, if you don't get it, this is why. Because it's just too many names and not enough respect. It's too many. Like, there's no resume like that until you say Floyd and Pacquiao. And I don't think Oscar has beat 20-plus champions. I could be wrong. Mex, you listening, let me know that's your favorite fighter. Give me the facts. Give me the facts. We got to Moose's counterpunch. We got Tip Bellis with the king counter. DC3 with the $2. KOs don't have to happen, bro. But, damn, they did try. King counter. Tip.
Yo. Yeah, man. First of all, I'd like to thank Turkey Al-Sheikh.
Actually, answer that question, though. Callum Smith or Boo Boo? Who's the better name?
Come on, bro. Y'all know the answer to that, man.
I don't got the belt,
bro.
Really? Based off what?
Yeah.
I just want to know.
Man, listen. If you put Boo Boo in the ring,
Callum's faced the better opposition. Callum's faced the better opposition.
I know we like to talk about the better opposition, but when you just look at the opposition that Demetrius Andre was set to face and the way they perform, you see there's a reason they stayed away from Demetrius Andre. Like, all these dudes struggled against fighters that were lesser than Demetrius Andre. Like, it's clear as day. Like, if think about this. Canelo said he didn't want to face Demetrius Andre because he was a horrible fighter, right? But you can't sit here and say that Andre was worse than William Skull last night in any type of way, shape, or form. Like, you seen the way Demetrius Andre performed against David Benavidez.
But that's why he ain't want to fight him originally. That's why he ain't want to fight him, because he knew. And that's why it took $80 million. But listen, let me go ahead and get that going.
And then it's the same thing with Jaime Munguia. Like, Andre cooks Jaime Munguia, bro. Like, he cooks Jaime Munguia something bad. It's the reason a lot of these Demetrius Andre fights didn't happen. Like, y'all need to realize that, bro. And it's the reason, like, niggas still ain't trying to fight Demetrius Andre. Like, y'all need to put some respect on Boo Boo. But yeah, man, want to thank Turkey Al-Sheikh for a great weekend of boxing. You know what I'm saying? He really uplifted my Chicanos, you know what I'm saying, my Mexican people this weekend with the great Cinco de Mayo card on Friday and Saturday. Yes, Turkey Al-Sheikh, I would love to thank you, bro. You did it, man. You did it. You uplifted the sport. You know what I'm saying? You're making boxing great again. You're our savior. You're our savior, Turkey Al-Sheikh. Yo, that's how all y'all was talking. That's how all y'all was talking before Friday. That's how all you niggas was talking before Friday. Out here dropping your drawers, twerking for the Turk. You freaky ass niggas, man. Now y'all sitting here on the phone lines complaining on a Sunday. Take y'all asses to church, man. Take y'all asses to church. This is nasty. Y'all need to repent, man. Y'all need to repent. This is nasty, man. Yeah, man, Turkey fucked up. He dropped the ball, man. Canelo fucked up. He dropped that Jake bag. You know what I'm saying? That nigga sat there. He complained for 12 whole rounds. Nigga, you could have fought Jake Paul, who would have went out on his shield. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, like, this is so stupid, bro. The nigga could have fought Jake Paul, who would have went out on his shield and gave us a...
too, though.
Nah, bro. Jake would have fought. He would have had no choice to fight.
He would have just got caught because he don't got the footwork.
And the result would have been much better and pleasurable to fight fans. But we didn't get that because Canelo chose to sell out and to go to Riad, man, and go to Riad. Just a bunch of nasty shit that happened this weekend, man. And then I hear fight fans complaining and shit. Listen, bro, ain't none of y'all been talking about how dudes been getting robbed with these type of decisions like I have, bro. I've expressed it plenty of times when it came to Shakur De Los Santos, when it came to Zaria versus Prograis. Like I've stated these fights plenty of times, and I'm gonna keep stating these fights, man. Like y'all are biased. Y'all gotta understand. This is the sport of boxing. It's all the money is always gonna favor the A side, bro. We seen it when Shakur fought De Los Santos. Y'all niggas said I was crazy. When I called in and said De Los Santos won that fight, y'all said I was crazy. Y'all said De Los Santos should have sold out. I said, what the fuck should De Los Santos sell out for? Why he gotta sell out? He a champion. The same way William Skull was a champion last night. But here it is, y'all on the phone lines talking about, oh man.
Champ, I'm sorry to interrupt, but when was Edwin a champion?
My bad. Hold on, my bad. You right. Hold on. De Los Santos wasn't the champion. Skull was a champion, but neither Shakur.
But that's why you gotta sell out. Skull is in a $3 million fight.
No. You don't gotta sell out.
Yes, you do. Look at the position he's in now.
No, because Shakur wasn't a champion. Neither Shakur or De Los Santos was a champion. That was a vacant title shot. That was a vacant title shot. That is much different.
And guess what? He made $400,000. Now he making less. Because you didn't sell out.
Ness,
because your pay only goes up. Your pay only goes up when you become a... How is no need? Shakur's the two-time champ at that moment.
But this is my point, Ness. They're fighting for a vacant title. Why am I selling out? Why are we favoring this dude? Because this is a vacant bout.
Because of who he is.
You're not getting what I'm saying, Ness. Listen to what that's what I'm saying. But that we should not be looking at who the fuck Shakur Stevenson is when these two are on the even playing field
but
for a vacant fucking title.
They not. That's your problem. They not. You don't think like that when you betting your money. You actually bet. You don't think like that. You don't think like that. You're gonna factor in the fact that he's a silver medalist, that he's sparred all these people, that he's a 3-division champ. Stop lying. Now, if you want to talk about politics, bro, if you want to talk about politics,
that is politics. That is the politics of boxing.
That's how you bet.
That's
how you bet. That's how I bet. That's how everybody bet.
I bet off the skill. I study the film. I go based off the film.
So you bet on De Los Santos?
Everything I do is based off the film.
You bet on De Los Santos?
I did. I think I did bet on Edwin. I might have made multiple parlays.
You think?
I don't remember. That shit was like 2 years ago? Come on. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? Like we just gotta stop this shit. It's like even when I saw Daniel Zaria fighting Regis Prograis, I made a live bet, threw money on Zaria. I thought Zaria won the fight. I said, how the fuck did Regis win the fight? And Regis wouldn't let his hands go. He got outboxed the same way fucking William Skull fought Canelo last night. It's just that the nigga who never has the money behind him is never gonna get the win, bro. We need to understand this as fight fans. The nigga who never has the money behind him is never gonna get the win. You can complain about it as much as you want.
You gotta take it
about boxing, bro.
You gotta take it. You gotta take it.
And that's part of my problem, bro. You know what I'm saying? When we say fighters gotta sell out, it's not all the time that a fighter should have to sell out, bro.
But why
you know
not?
What I'm saying? Maybe that motherfucker.
You gotta listen, bro. Look at what Devin Haney did. Devin Haney went against the money, and I know you're not gonna respect it because it's George Camboso, but George was the money. George made $10 million. George put 40. Imagine he would have beat Devin. You got to make it clear, or you got to knock him out. That's just how it's always been. You ain't never going to be able to change unless you got that MIB stick. It ain't going to change, bro. The money is in control because it's a business. You see Turkey Al-Sheikh went first. You see Al Heyman went from free to paid. You see DAZN went from subscription to pay-per-view. You see Turkey went from free to pay-per-view. He went from 20 to 40 to 50 now to 90. Bro, it's part of the sport. They can't change it. We can't change it. You need a Ryan Garcia to do a Times Square. It don't matter about Teo. It's not our fault. Ryan brings the attention. It's not our fault, bro. If you're going to sell, because who's going to keep dumping money? Y'all think this dude just going to, like his prince is going to just allow him to keep throwing millions and millions of dollars at fighters just so they could get in there and shit the bed, and they don't also make money? Like, he brought Canelo to Saudi for the first time. In his mind, he delivered for his prince. And what did Canelo do? Shit the fucking bed.
Man, I don't blame Canelo. They had that nigga fighting at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Get the fuck. Don't take the money then. Don't take the money then. No,
fought at 7 in the morning.
See, and I know it might not be you, but we generalize here, the boxing fan. When it was Ryan that signed the contract to fight Tank, he signed the contract. It didn't matter our excuses about rehydration clause and catch weights. So don't give me 6 in the morning. Canelo signed the contract.
Yeah, he signed the contract.
Exactly.
Yeah, he signed the contract. I ain't arguing that. But, you know what I'm saying? But they had them niggas, both him and Skull, fighting at 7 o'clock. This was crazy.
Nah, it ain't crazy. It ain't crazy. It's only crazy to the person that didn't take the check. The person that took it understood what the assignment was.
Yeah, man.
You trying to give excuses. There's no excuse for that performance. You supposed to be on a
I also
pound
do
for
want to
pound
say
list.
this, man. Nah, that was a shit performance. I thought he lost. I thought the nigga lost. Terrible performance. Also, I do want to say this, man. Shout out to all you niggas out there who said if Terrence Crawford beat Canelo, he gonna be #1 on the pound for pound list. I would like to know every caller after this. If Terrence Crawford beats Canelo after that performance last night and you thought Canelo Alvarez lost, if Terrence Crawford beats Canelo, what's the date for the fight? What is
you
it?
go trying to diminish, man. Listen.
I'm not trying to. Hey, listen, bro.
We know
what we seen.
Style,
we know what we seen.
And we also seen it with Laura. If you do a film study, you probably find a way to see fucking Canelo win, bro. That's just not a style that suits him, and that's why he didn't want to fight him the first time, and he only fought him this time because it's 80 million.
How can we? If we saying this, how can we say that if this dude beats Canelo on such and such date, that he's gonna be #1 pound for pound?
Well, because Styles
this is the shit I be talking about.
Styles make fights, and like I said yesterday, Terrence Bud Crawford is not fucking Skull. He don't move like that, and he ain't gonna move like that. Even if he could, because he's a good athlete, he plays basketball. He ain't gonna fucking give you the excessive lateral movement that Skull gave you. Can we stop with that?
I'm just saying, if we put one dude on this pedestal and he shows that he just ain't good enough, you know what I'm saying, to compete with certain fighters, I don't think that you beating him should prove that you're #1 on any pound for pound list.
But that's everybody. You know, you put Shakur
I
in
mean,
there.
it wasn't Floyd. It wasn't Floyd.
Bro, but you
Sorry,
talking about
it wasn't Floyd.
You talking about the best ever.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, doing Thurman's thing wasn't Thurman, and they ain't even give Thurman a ring belt. Respectfully,
no,
he should have got a ring belt.
It wasn't
Thurman.
No, it wasn't Thurman because he couldn't even beat Pacquiao, and it was a devastating.
Man, come on, bro. That was like 4 years after. Like, come on, bro.
Devastating moment for me. It doesn't matter when it was Thurman's time to take over.
And let's not act like Thurman got.
And he couldn't take over, so just let it go.
And
man.
let's not act like Thurman struggled heavily. Like, no, Thurman. That fight was competitive, bro.
Let's hope that he beats Jamel Charlo because he needs a second. Right now, let me tell you what Thurman is right now. He's in his Danny Garcia 140-pound stage, right? Hear me out. Hear me out. He is Danny Garcia at 140, where he was the fucking man. He was the man. But now Thurman is still living off the I was the man credibility and hasn't done nothing. He's got to beat Jamel to have a better career than Danny Garcia, because if not...
He in the position you want Wilder to be in.
No, he's not. I wouldn't put him there. You know.
Yeah, he is.
No, he's not.
He still got his psyche. He still got that hunger.
But we're not talking about that. But we're not talking about that. We just talking about accolades on the back half of your career, bro. This is his second half. Remember, Danny had that first half at 140. Then he moved to 47, and he got that vacant title with Guerrero, but he wasn't really legitimized. And that's why he had to fight Keith, and he lost. Then he had to fight Porter to try to do that, and he lost. Like, did he fight Berto? Like, was that his legitimate fight at 47? Like, get out of here. I don't know. I don't even think he fought Berto. But listen,
Nah, he didn't fight Berto.
you got more than your $10 for 2 counters. Let me get to these other counters. I got Malcolm. What up?
What
Counter.
up?
Malcolm got a counter himself.
Mr. Gibbs, good Sunday. How you doing?
Oh man, loving what I do. Happy you called.
You got me? Can you hear me?
You don't hear me? We hear you fine. I said happy. I said loving what I do. Happy you called. You don't hear me? Oh shit. Malcolm, jump out, jump back in.
I think I think the era of Tank, Ryan, Devin, Tio, that era, I think we going into Silk Pajama era with them. I think the future, the Abdullah Masons of the world, Emiliano Vargases of the world, those young fighters in that type of genre, Palenko, I think that generation is knocking shit loose. I think that generation of fighters, Tiger Johnsons of the world, they about to, yeah, the squabbles. I think it relies on them youth guys, the Ryans, Tanks. That shit over, I think.
Oh my God. Malcolm, I hear you there. Last sentence, and then you take it away. They sent me an email from DAZN as a consumer, and it said, Nestor, did you enjoy Canelo's score with a thumbs up, thumbs down? I'm thumbing that shit down. Damn, but it's making you log in. What kind of bullshit is that? They
All
better.
right.
Go ahead, champ.
Shout out Two Tone. Shout out TBV. First, I want to respond to Tip. I definitely think if Bud beats Canelo September 12th, and he's number one on the pound for pound, because we just saw if you beat Canelo, you got to beat him convincingly. And Ness, you said that Bud ain't gonna move around like that. I think it's very possible he could move around like that. We saw him move around like that in the Postal fight. So maybe it wasn't like excessive, but we saw that he'll move. You know what I mean? So I do look forward to that fight. I do think Bud has a good shot to win that fight. But what I'm calling about, I just want to show some love to Turk and show some love to Ryan Garcia. I liked that environment in New York. I kind of liked the exclusivity because I felt like the people who were invited, the fighters that were invited, they had the chance to kind of let their guard down and relax a little bit. One thing I hate is when I'm watching a fight or the post-fight paparazzi run around hounding the fighters for interviews, but like it's I think it's very uncouth. You know what I mean? So it was nice to see them be able to have an environment where they could just relax and enjoy the fight and not have to worry about being harassed. And also credit to Big Turk because the fights from Friday are already on YouTube. You know what I mean? All three of them, full fights. So I appreciate him for that. I did get to watch the pay per view. I did not get the bundle. I didn't get the Canelo pay per view because I was working last night. But I'm sure that fight will be on YouTube shortly, and I'll be able to catch it. I also want to show love to Ryan Garcia because we got this thing where people like somebody, they waiting to shit on them. People like somebody, they never criticize them, never always, trying to play devil's advocate against valid criticism. And when you don't like somebody, just waiting to shit on somebody. I am totally indifferent. So I think Ryan is still a good fighter. I think that he showed a good jab Friday. Um, One thing I noticed about Ryan Garcia, I don't think I've heard anybody bring up, his right hand is terrible, man. His right hand is not accurate at all. Have we ever seen him stop somebody or have we ever seen him have a fight where he was consistently landing the right hand? Or is he always just looking for that left hook? So I think he needs to put it. I think we saw him have a good jab Friday. We know his left hook is legendary. We saw the good footwork against Duarte. I just want to see him put it all together, man. I think Ryan's better than Barrios, and he has a chance to be a champion at 47. That's my call.
Hey, yo, this shit is nasty work, bro. I swear. Why? You can never beat the internet, man. Look at this, Tone. Lord of
It's,
mercy. I'm about to screen share right now. You should see it immediately, though.
Fleeto Fury training. Hussein Skull Devin. Wow.
Fucking
I'm weak.
internet, bro.
I'm weak.
Fucking internet. You guys. You guys.
Yeah, we don't even know if Devin for one, Ryan Garcia right hand is trash. Ryan got to go back to the drawing board, man, and have a real boxing career and stop. I don't know. Devin, I don't know if Devin just trust his chin anymore. He was that first round. He was there for Jose. Jose, like he might be shot, bro.
Oscar De La Hoya fought 22 champions. Shout out to the Oscar fans. Super mix. Pristine Sports Network, $2 tip changes Al Heyman's diapers. Laughing out loud emoji 3 times. JX V88, $5 more. Keep on betting on these runners, you clowns. Thank God these judges don't give any wins to you loser runner, quote unquote boxers. Great job, judges. Keep it up. Thumbs up emoji 2 times. Prayers emoji. C Dub.
Like
Yo, all right, audio.
breadcrumb.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. Breadcrumbs. Shout out TBV. Smash that like button. It's free. Do something with yourself. You know, shout out to Ness, Two Tone. You know, the community we here. Man, when I said yesterday that the fight card didn't deliver, you know, on Friday, it was about Suda. You said it was because I was a PBC shell. I guess there's a lot of them, man. That's what everybody calling in saying. You know, the fights were boring, Ness. The events didn't deliver. I remember when you said, man, this weekend is going to live up. I mean, this weekend is going to be remembered as one of the greatest weekends. You know, that aged like milk left in the trunk of the car on a summer day. That shit aged. Man, I'm telling you, first it was Shakur Santos, now Devin Jose, now Canelo, William Skull. All those fights setting the wrong records. The less punches thrown, the most laps ran in the ring. You know what I'm saying? I did not pay. I did not pay. I didn't pay pay-per-view, man, for a boxing pay-per-view to watch a track meet. I don't know who would win in the 1600 now between Skull, Devin, and Shakur. Like these guys, you can't keep running like that, man. And then when people say they're not trying to win, yes, they are. That's the problem. That's the method they doing to get the victory. That's it. So that's what's gonna make me stop. That's what's gonna make me boycott the sport or boycott certain fighters if I know you're gonna do this. Not cost, not pay-per-view cost, not putting pay-per-views every time you got a card. None of that. This was gonna make me boycott the sport. We don't need these type of fights in this sport, Ness. We don't need this. This is what's gonna make like people be complaining about it costing and people be complaining about who on the card and it ain't enough, there ain't no big fights. Just give me something where it's gonna be some action, man. Like Bacoli, like FA, like that. I was just had me on the edge of my seat. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to them. You know, I never put it. If you listen to my calls, I never put the fault on a person coming forward. I always put the fault because if a person is educated with their movement, I'm talking about and moving excessively. That's what I mean. What I mean by educated, I mean their feet work, their footwork. Like if they know how to do that shit, it's gonna be very, very hard for a Canelo, somebody that has boxed so many years. You gonna say he don't know how to cut off the ring? He know how to cut off the ring. It's just if you got a person in front of you that ain't trying to fight, it's gonna be very, very difficult. Very. I mean, and then when you come to which one you're ready to have? There's on my way out. You're ready to say thank you, Al Heyman, or you're ready to be holding hands in the park. I mean, holding hands like you in the park or something.
Al Heyman,
Which one you ready to do? People be clowning and saying they gotta say
yeah,
thank you, Al Heyman, but then
I'm gonna tell you, I think that I'd rather hold that hand because guess what? Al Heyman, he ain't giving out the same paydays. You got to kill what you eat with Al. You know, if you ain't Canelo, you don't get that guarantee. Crawford showed you that. At least with
Well, I think
Turkey, you get that guarantee.
but I
That
think it's
I
deeper.
guarantee.
I think it's deeper with Al Heyman, man. Rolly said that PBC and Al Heyman's family.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think Al Heyman fuck with these fighters on a different life level.
I've told y'all that he teaches them, like, bro, he teaches them how to invest their money, bro. He teaches them how to invest their money. I've said on numerous occasions things that Peter Quillen has done, Keith Thurman. He makes sure they right, bro. But not everybody has the same stories though, right? Andre Durrell, you know, he's been bitter twice. Some could say that's because he just didn't win those fights. Maybe his life would be different. So I don't know how that goes. I do want to show this as a different little topic because you know I love this sport. Did you see this? The Turkey Al-Sheikh feels boxing would be in a different place with a black heavyweight champion. How do you feel about that before I go to his audio?
I 100% agree. American boxing goes as the heavyweight champion goes. Deontay Wilder, if he would have not shit the bed against Tyson, the Gypsy King Fury, American boxing would be at a different place. Heavyweights used to be on the Tonight Show. Heavyweights used to be the front page of the newspaper. I 100% agree. The black heavyweight champion in America, they used to throw parades for them. I 100% agree. When the Klitschko's got into the game and them niggas start putting hands and feet on people, that ruined American boxing.
Well, looks like Amin has joined us. I'm gonna switch the double me up to Amin. What up, champ?
Fellas, countrymen, fellow boxing pundits and participants, good morning to you all. We kind of got to bask in the aftermath, or we are in mourning after what happened yesterday. I think it was a good card overall. I don't know where we're at in the discussion. It was a high card. For me, I got to see. First of all, I heard you guys talking about the heavyweight division, so let me just start there.
Well, we ain't talk about it yet. If you want to go there,
Okay.
let me play it.
The boxing will be in different place if we have black heavyweight champion. I don't like to talk about religion or colors but if we want to say about something, I think the boxing will be in different place if we have black heavyweight champion. This is what use of all of us from the 60 and the 70 living and seeing in the time of Muhammad Ali. I think.
Is he right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very profound statement, and it speaks to the economics of what's happening in sports. And I heard a fighter say this a long time ago. This was around the time of Seth Joyner. Those that remember HBO boxing, he was a former linebacker for Michigan State. Shout out to Midwest Mafia. And he became a heavyweight contender, kind of a manufactured career. I think he ended up 24-0 before he was given the big opportunity. But suffice to say, there was a discussion at that time, and they said, you want to know why fighters like Seth Joyner are allowed to proliferate? Is they said because the greatest heavyweight fighter right now is playing football. What they meant was the athlete size, the prototype. Imagine if Ray Lewis, we already know what Ray Lewis do with it, you know what I mean? But imagine if Ray Lewis trained boxing as opposed to training for the NFL draft. Imagine if Michael Strahan, who physically could put you in the mind of a Ernie Shavers or a young George Foreman. You know, these guys that are 6-something, big as all hell, 240 pounds, right? These guys that are defensive ends and linebackers. Imagine if they trained in boxing early in their careers. The heavyweight landscape and boxing in of itself would be completely different. So Turkey Al-Sheikh is a very educated man. He's a well-traveled man, and he knows what he's talking about. Yeah, that's a very good point. And to that point, you know, the decline of the American heavyweight, you know, is because of the money that is in basketball and football. There's not enough equity in boxing. You know, it wasn't back then. Hence the Muhammad Ali Act. It took a black American heavyweight. So really, if we're talking about this with Turk, hey Turk, I got an idea for you. Continue or begin to make boxing equitable for these black Americans. Not just in the ring. How about, you know, loosen up some promoter licenses. Make the business of it like they need to do in New Jersey with cannabis and the cannabis industry. Make the industry equitable for black Americans, and maybe we'll get some black American heavyweights. Don't just have us performing in the field like they do in football and basketball. Give us some opportunities to grow in the sport as business people, and we'll get you some black American heavyweights. Shout out to Jonathan Sims. I'm preaching. I've been touched. Pause.
You cooking.
Yo,
That's real.
this who Turkey hired, man. Tone would have never made this mistake. Yeah, I Am Speed
That's
thought
wild.
he thought he met Snoop Dogg at the Ryan and Rolly fight, and he's going viral. And Snoop
Yo, man.
reposted him and said, "Almost I Am Speed," but Tone would have never made that mistake, man.
I seen
No,
that
not
nigga.
at all.
That guy in that picture, I seen him on Sanford Ave in front of the Chicken Shack. That man is not no fucking Snoop Dogg. That man probably, you know what I mean? He's from the New York, New Jersey metropolitan area. I've seen that man 100 times.
I also wanted to play this, man. I know we probably played it, didn't play it. I don't know. I don't care. Haney fan club in full effect, man. Haney fan club in full effect, man.
And you can't be shooting a jab like this. Just amateurs do this. When you professional, we here. You here. We here. You here.
Oh,
we here. You here.
Keep it real.
Here. Here.
Hey.
Here.
Yeah, because all y'all want to call in, oh, bow and arrow jab, bow and arrow jab. Because that's what y'all are, yo. It's funny, yo. Your favorite fighter say something, and they call right in to use whatever their favorite fighter said, man. It's so nasty. Tip with the counter, man.
Yo. Yeah, man, it's a shame to see our brother Amin call in or join the panel and be a Riad writer. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. Yo, I mean, like, when did you get your patches, bro? When did you get your patches?
I got him on my leather vest, champ. I'm a 1%er.
Turkey gave you a new Kawasaki, man. This shit nasty out here, man. Shit nasty out here. But look, bro. Turkey is hella wrong about this whole thing about, you know what I'm saying, the heavyweight boxing would be better with a black heavyweight. No. That's race baiting, and we're not gonna do that. What we should say is boxing would be better with an American heavyweight, truthfully speaking. See, the problem is you need somebody who's going to relate to the urban community, whether he's black, white, Latino, or whatever the fuck he may be. You know what I'm saying? As long as you can relate to the urban communities in America, then you're going to be a seller. There's a reason why people love Caleb Plant. You know what I'm saying? If fucking Thomas Cornflake Lamana, you know what I'm saying, was, you know, fucking great, he would be a great, he would be a legend. That nigga be a legend. Like, that nigga's from up north. Like, he talks that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? relatable to somebody for like he's just that true New Yorker, true Jersey dude. You know what I'm saying? He got that personality that just sticks out. Like as long as you relate to the urban communities, you gonna sell. For him to say, it'd be in a better place with a black heavyweight, it's just nasty work, bro. It's just nasty work. You know what I'm saying? Deontay, I know a lot of you niggas is like pro-black and shit, but Deontay Wilder represented more than just being the stigma of a black heavyweight, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like Deontay Wilder came from down south, you know what I'm saying? The slums of Alabama, bro. Like he represents something different. You know what I'm saying? Like white people came out to see Wilder fight, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like white people came out to see Wilder fight. Like y'all limit yourselves to this box. And you know what I'm saying? That's why you get stuck there. You gotta widen your horizon, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what you gotta do, man. Do not limit yourself, or you're gonna be stuck in one little box, man. Do not do that. Do not do that. Ever in life, do not do that. You gotta be able to branch out. Gotta be able to branch out. I mean, you
Mr.
cutting out,
Bailiff,
bro.
can I offer you a different perspective, right? With the black heavyweight, he's only speaking to the truth. Think about it. When people saw the breakdancing in the Olympics, they said this shit would have been better if we would have had some blacks and Latinos from New York in that shit,
You run me
or
for
at
one.
least we would have had some Filipinos from California, because the athleticism and the skill of the people that are best at it, they are what they are. So we ain't had a decent white heavyweight
Hell no. Yeah,
since
next
Tommy
you can run me. You
Morrison.
can run me. No,
Shit, I'll pay
I
for it.
mean,
I'll pay for it.
having breakdancing in the Olympics just didn't make sense at all. Like, why the fuck do you breakdancing at the Olympics?
But listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. We spoke to what kind of individual would be best to represent breakdancing. We said we needed either a black, a Latino from New York, or a Filipino from California, because they breakdancing motherfuckers. If you're talking about black heavyweight,
Hell no.
even over time,
Hell,
hold on. Even
a
over
Filipino
time,
or a black, bro.
you
We all
tripping,
know
yes.
the best b-boys are Asian, but they not black or Filipino.
What? What are they then?
Yeah. You nigga, they motherfucking what's the Japanese or the what's the other ones? One of them groups, but they're not Philippine. They're not Philippine, but I think it's the Japanese, bro. Like them niggas is
Or the
cooking right
Koreans
now.
with the K-pop.
The Koreans, yeah, them two, yeah, man. Black people lagging right now, man.
I see your point though. I'm not a race baiter. But I'm just saying. I think even in that same argument, when's the last time we had a white heavyweight besides Tommy Morrison that was even worth mentioning? Because I don't even think Richie Torres identifies as white. That's all I'm saying. Like, why would he say, "Yo, we need a
that's
white"?
my thing, bro. That's my thing. Like Richie got that potential, bro. Richie got that potential. Richie has the potential, and this is why I keep talking. This is why I call him White Tyson, bro, because I see the potential that Richard Torres has. Richard connects to a different type of audience, and once that audience clicks, bro, Richie gonna take off. Motherfuckers gonna pop out for Richard, bro.
Hell yeah.
Just off the simple fact that he American alone, motherfuckers is gonna pop out for Richard. To say that just we need a black heavy, no, that's a lie. That is a lie, bro. That is a lie in its whole truth. That is a lie. This is
I
the
see your point
American
though, Tip.
the fact that boxing is so big in America, boxing needs an American heavyweight to push the sport forward. That's the truth. Boxing needs the American heavyweight pushes the sport of boxing. We seen what the UK done did with with heavyweights, bro. This shit it's stagnant. It's stagnant as fuck. Nobody tunes in.
So look, Fury couldn't do it, and Ness Man couldn't do it neither. Jake Paul. That's their white heavyweight. He ain't moving the needle.
Nah, you tripping, bro. Jake, you tripping.
Nah, he
tripping.
white heavyweight.
Bro, we seen what Jake Paul has done.
Yeah.
Jake Paul has grown the sport tremendously, bro. Jake Paul has grown women's boxing without even being a woman competing in the sport. Like, come on, bro. All you need is a big time American star
good
that you can promote, and he's gonna grow the sport. Richard Torres has the potential to grow the sport if he is continued to be promoted correctly, bro, and they give him the bouts that he needs, bro. It's just like it's the facade, man, the illusion that Richard Torres. We know Richie is limited. You know what I'm saying? He's like a Tyson. He's limited. We know he not really what he is, but you know what I'm saying? If you promote him the right way, he gonna bring them motherfuckers out. Just the fact of the matter, he gonna bring them motherfuckers out.
And
Tell
real
me,
quick,
bro.
I just
Same
want to make
thing with
sure,
Caleb Plant, man.
and I just want to make sure that I want to make sure I'm speaking to the point, because did Turkey say make the division, or did he say make boxing better? I don't want to be wrong.
Man, I already got away from that clip. Let me see if I can get it up.
I think the boxing will be in different place if we have black heavyweight champion. I don't like to talk about religion or colors but if we want to say about something, I think the boxing will be in different place if we have black heavyweight.
Yeah, he says the boxing, so I guess he means overall sport.
I ain't mad at
702,
that.
buenos dias. What it do? What it do? What it do?
What it do? Kima mean Ness. We here. We in the building. What's up?
Yeah.
Yeah, what you thinking about what Turkey said, man? Would boxing be in a better place if we had a black heavyweight champion?
I mean, I don't think it's about race, me personally. I think it's about good scraps. I've always seen the green print, whereas different races come together, fight each other. That's what makes money to me. And I'm barely hearing it right now, to be honest. But yeah, man, I don't think it's about race, champ. I think it's about, and now we know it's not about putting a good show, because you can put guys in there and they don't scrap. So it's like you can have the best show, the best shots, drone shots, everything that you could call for. But at the end of the day, these boys don't fight. It don't matter if you black, white, gray. It don't matter, man. A scrap is a scrap, and that's all we want to see. We want to see blood. That's it. You got one job, is to do your job. And lately, this weekend, I'm gonna say this weekend, it's a lot of boys didn't do their job, getting paid a lot of money, and the job that they offered or the job that they did was just mediocre. So I mean, I don't think it's about race, champ.
Yeah, and I like
Oh,
Tip's point. Tip made a good point, man. He made a good point. I think if you look for an American, although again, I still stand on what I said, because, um, you know, just look, who does it better? When Wilder was the man, Wilder was the man. Wilder had boxing
Yeah,
going crazy. So
that's true.
I get what he said. When it was Mike, Mike had boxing going crazy. You know what I'm saying? And when
Yeah.
it wasn't, it was Floyd in the welterweight division. So I get what he's saying, but then you had Triple G with the big drama show, the Kazakh Mexi style. So eventually, meet the King of Essex, right? You know what I mean? The UK, in of itself, becoming more popular in the world view, especially stateside, beyond the Eubank Ben dynasty. So I mean, boxing is so global. I think if you have a well-placed American fighter, he don't have to be black, but the truth is, guys, I think he's probably gonna be black.
let me get to these super chats. We got $10 from Tevis Smith. Tone is 100% correct. This generation's four kings dropped the ball not fighting each other. Adrian, $2. What did we think of Jaime? Positive of the weekend? I liked what he did, but I mean, he did the normal Jaime. I still seen that head over the knee. I don't know about y'all. All right, DC3, $2. Ness, Haney and Skull trained with Hussein Bolt. Well, funny you should say that. Funny you should say that, my good friend. I happen to have something here,
Proof.
which is what I call numbers, and numbers never lie.
Oh, I thought
So
you were going to show that picture where it shows him right there, kind of training with him.
no, I'm just showing that Haney landed 70 punches. Canelo only landed 56 punches. Skull only landed 55 punches. Ryan landed 66. Rolly, who won, landed 57. Two more than what? One more than Canelo. Ramirez landed 40, tying with Shakur. You know what I'm
And it
saying?
was in
So,
one weekend. All that was in one weekend.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
So yeah, man. Let's try not to hate so much. Let's try not to hate so much. It doesn't look good. But keeping it moving on these numbers, we got Lewis, member for 3 months. Shout out TBV, the best boxing podcast on YouTube. We're on iTunes and iHeart and Spotify as well. Rich Porter, $5 more. Outside Santos, can a caller name all the fights Shakur ran in? Well, he said caller, so that's not me. That's not me. I would name some. I have some on the top of my head. Tay Doe, $242. A mega fight on Friday is Garbo. Turkey go away. I don't know what you mean, man. Did you guys mind the actual fight happening on Friday, not the performance?
No, I didn't. I don't mind the Friday or the Saturday. I feel like the weekend starts on a Friday.
It
I feel
starts
like
off
that's when you.
early.
Yeah, man. I mean, there is a lot of people who do love the Saturday wake up and plan and this and you can get everything going.
Ganasala. They want to do that.
Yeah, I see that. I could see the people who love it on a Saturday, but I don't mind getting off work early and going to go do things like that.
Me
Yeah,
either.
I didn't mind. I didn't mind at all. If it starts on hell, give it to me on a Thursday. Shout out to Shakur. I'll take it on a Thursday. All right. Friday's even better.
Wednesday, shout
Like,
out the Pro Box.
you
Shout out Pro Box.
understand?
Yeah, man.
So, yeah, any day of the week. I said it the other day. I am a fan of boxing. I love plenty fighters, but I am a fan of boxing. I love boxing more than anything, fellas.
Hell yeah.
Tevis with another $10. Time to drop a bomb. For all the talk of Devin running, he landed more punches than Rolly, Ryan, and it wasn't just him throwing a million jabs because he landed more power punches than both of them combined. Jerry Soriano, your lender for life, member for 10 months on the champ level. Let's go, champ.
The champ is here! The champ is here! The champ is here!
Oh, man, that went over your head, Jerry. He says, so now Canelo didn't fight Benavidez because he's not a former champ or has relevancy in boxing? Laugh out loud emoji. We don't believe you need more people you saw last night. Why he don't want smoke with David Benavidez? No emoji lying. Yeah, that went over your head, player. I'm saying he fought all those names and you guys don't give him credit or respect. You still call him a duck. And that's probably why you won't get that fight. Because look at that resume. Again, I must repeat. The only person you can compare it to is Floyd, who I think has 24 champions, and Pacquiao. So, yeah, man. Step your game up. Davey Sowar, $2. Tip talking like a true Sambo. Stone Bone. Boxing. What up?
What up? What up?
What up?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, hey, Ness, what's the, besides Jake Paul, when he fought Mike Tyson, what is the biggest, like, gate for an American white boxer? Like, go through that and look. Like, figure that out. Like,
As American
like that.
white boxer.
No, since his argument is, hey, you can get a white guy and he can do those numbers too. Give me one. Give me the example, right?
I mean,
Like,
Keller
let's go
Plant
to
would
the
have to be the only one that I can remember in Nashville.
And he did great, like a great crowd, right?
Yeah. And good numbers
Have
on
we ever
TV.
heard? You're right, but what was that? That was a regular TV fight, right? That was a Fox
Yeah.
fight, right?
Yeah, non-pay-per-view.
All right. So, and what was the like? Have we heard have they bragged about that gate? I've never heard bragging about that was a
Nah, who he
this
fought
type of
that
gate.
fight? That was what, Fights and Butts or the Mike Lee?
Where's that Fagan Boots? Yep, I think that was Fagan Boots, right? Yeah, I think that was Fagan Boots. He fought on that fight. But but my point is, a good looking American guy, good spoken guy. Caleb Plant gets critic from white America because he's married to a black woman. So he'll never cross over in white America because he's married to a black woman. Look at Travis Kelsey. He had to go leave a black woman to get with like a Taylor Swift for him to cross over to be an American darling. Before that, he was a playboy, sleazy guy, and all of this. And then, so the black heavyweight is one of the bigger guys. Look, listen, people watch Mike Tyson fight Jake Paul. Tyson been done for 30 years. Tyson ain't been Mike Tyson in 20 some years. And we saw the numbers that people did to see Tyson. Like the black heavyweight does move the needle in boxing on a whole nother level. Like it's hard to quantify that. And blacks are the biggest consumers, even with there'll be Mexican stars that'll hit big numbers like a Canelo, but for fight, Mexicans don't spend the type of money that blacks spend on boxing. Look at the gates, look at the fights, look at the events, like look at where a lot of those fights happen. Look at the ticket prices in Barclays or the Atlantas and look at those ticket prices compared to some of those fights that happen in the Texas and the California that the Mexican fighters put on. And the Mexican fighters do 6,000 and shit like that. And then you see the black fighter pull up with 10 and 12. And it's not a nothing saying that they don't support their fighter. They do. But when you look at it, the biggest consumer in the world is black Americans. Like, so Americans in general are biggest consumers, and the biggest consumers out of that is black Americans. We spend the most discretionary income on entertainment than anybody else, on all from shoes to games. When you go to these events, it's not the white male that does it. The white male usually gets the ticket for free. He usually going on a business. The black guy is the guy who buy the outfit, the jewelry, and all of that to go see a one night fight. So we're just the bigger consumer, and he understands that doing business. He see who buying these tickets. He see who's at these events. So I don't think it's a race thing per se, but it's a fact that everybody says, and that's one of our detriments that we are a consumer society. They say the black dollar don't generate amongst us first nothing. As soon as we get our check, it's gone. So people need to understand that that's why we targeted and marketed that because we spend that dollar, whereas in our Asian and white counterparts will save that dollar and figure out a way to acquire that free where we'll just go spend the money even when we don't got it. So he's being truthful. And we're gonna get the great Canelo against the legend Crawford. Ness, you should pat yourself on the back. They did call you crazy. I was here. I witnessed it. I was with you when we were saying get Triple G so we could get Canelo. All right, hold it down, man. Don't let them try to steal this one from you, man. They do that out here.
Appreciate you, Stone Bone. Thanks for calling in, Colorado. Stand up. Let me see what is next. Counterpunch. Tip Bellis. You're not there. Dom. What up?
TBV Ness, what's going on, guys?
What's up?
Yeah,
Peace, peace.
the weekend, so far at least 2 out of 3 days of boxing. Yeah, they've been disappointing, but we got some highlights. The Rolly Ryan fight. It was lumped in with a lot of bad fights. Some could argue it was a bad fight itself, but it's gonna go down as a classic, no matter how you look at it. Definitely a turning point for the boxing new era, I would say. We don't know what's gonna happen next, whether Ryan and Rolly, Ryan and Devin will get their rematch, or where Ryan will go from there. Devin, he didn't really wow anybody, but at the same time, he gave the most least disappointing fight of the night. as far as activity went, I mean, you could say T.O., but T.O. was fighting a guy who didn't want to fight, and he sort of made it a show in those later rounds. Devin, we saw glimpses of a prime Devin. Granted, very short glimpses, but it was there if you watched. We didn't see any glimpses of the Devin from April 21st of last year. So going into the rematch, if we do go there, I'm gonna definitely favor Devin, um, especially after what happened to Ryan. But I do think they should go ahead and go through with that. I think the fans will approach it more as a 50-50. Maybe that'll be detriment to the popularity of it because Ryan being an A side was definitely the driving force in that. But moving on to Canelo, he's food for Crawford. He looked washed last night. He didn't look on point at all in any aspect, and he got outclassed with a very defensive style. Not saying Crawford will deploy that same thing, but he'll take some notes from Skull. That's for sure. And that face off, I told everybody don't be surprised when Crawford looks bigger than Canelo. This time last year, everybody was saying weight classes for a reason. A year before that, even Crawford was saying that. But now we're here, and my money's on Bud Crawford all the way. As we approach it, I may even lean towards a stoppage. But Crawford decision, that's where I'm at now. Yeah, we'll move on tonight, see what Inoue does. Hopefully he gets a great stoppage or his opponent makes an exciting fight and we see Inoue get knocked down or something like that again. But keep it up, guys. I'm going to listen to the show. Peace.
Salute, champ. Salute.
Yeah, I didn't give my comments on that, and I want to hear 702 on that as well. But I thought William Skull, he shit the bed. When I say he looked like Jermel, what I mean is like he looked like he was just getting up out of there, just short of running, only because he would throw more punches. But it looked like Canelo versus Jermel Crawford. Like, excuse me, I'm tripping. Canelo versus Jermel Charlo, and I hope that Crawford doesn't turn in a similar performance, which I doubt. So what I'm saying is these guys thought that movement was going to be the key to victory. I get it. But I think so with Mel, the problem was he probably didn't have nothing to keep Canelo off of him. Skull probably had a little bit more, and I thought it was moments of inactivity where I'm like, if you throw something, you could at least, make Canelo think a little bit, but he was more content with putting his arms up like he trying to squeeze past a motherfucker in a crowded environment. It very amateurish, like like look, I didn't touch me. I got away clean. Like, motherfucker, you got to stand in there against Canelo and get some sort of offense going, or else it's going to be running. So, I'm looking at it, those two fights back to back, and I'm saying, yeah, movement is the key, but I don't know, what kind of fighter is going to be the one that can move and still get his offense going. And so we land at Terrence Crawford. 702. How does Crawford implement a different game plan? Is movement going to be the key for him as well, or is it something different?
100% movement is going to be the key for Crawford. But I'm going to tell you the difference between the fight that we saw last night. The difference between the fight that we saw last night and Crawford is that Crawford is more on the Floyd Mayweather. I'm not saying he is Floyd Mayweather now. Don't get that twisted. But he is more on the Floyd Mayweather side where he is going to slip punches and counter them right there and then slip another punch and then counter that one as well, which is more pretty to the eye when you look at someone opposed to someone like Skull. Skull had the game plan where it's like, look, man, I'm evading. I'm not going to get hit whatsoever. If I can get my rocks off, I will get them off. But if I'm evading, I'm evading. I'm showing you that this man can't even touch me, which was the game plan. Was that appealing to some boxing eyes? No. But that's why we shitting on Canelo, and that's why a lot of people think he lost, right? Because he could not touch him. We're talking about one of the greatest faces of boxing that can't touch another man while he's in a square circle, right? And that's what we always complained about Floyd Mayweather. I never did, but I always thought it was a sweet science of boxing. But that's why they hated Floyd, was because no one can touch him. Right. So I see the game plan that Skull had was like, all right, I'm gonna go up in there and just make him look like he made him look, which was I see why people shit on him, you feel me? But I feel like Crawford ain't gonna do that, bro. He's gonna go up in there and do a little bit of that while still tagging the man, and he's gonna expose Canelo. Hey, look, man, if you ask me who I'm riding with Canelo because of my Mexican side, right? And I'm keeping it 1,000. But if you're asking me who my money's on, champ, yeah, it ain't on Canelo that night, champ. It ain't, because I know what Crawford has and I know what he could do. So
I got a counterpunch, gentlemen. Moose, what up?
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Copy.
Yeah, when I said I didn't see no heart or desire in the fighters, I was speaking on the first show with Rolly and Ryan Garcia. I didn't really see much desire. Like I said, Tio and Barbosa, that was a good matchup. Tio did his thing in the first fight. I didn't see all the fights. I think it was some in between that, but the firefighter and the NYP, they showed a lot of grit, and they showed some hunger out there. So shout out to them. But as far as the Canelo fight or that card, I didn't see any other fights on that card. I did see the Canelo and William Skull. I think I jumped in around round two, either two or three. When I jumped in there, it looked like Skull was he was controlling the situation. Canelo, usually he likes to counter. I saw Skull, he'll throw a two-punch combination, the one and the two. Canelo will literally jump backwards, reset, and then proceed to stalk uh, William Skull. And what that showed me is that Canelo respected his power. Because if he didn't, he would have just sat there and countered William Skull. Instead, he put up his high guard and he actually hopped backwards, and he had to reset. So that means Skull was coming with some heat. Uh, Skull was doing a little bit too much moving for my liking, but I liked it more than I liked the Devin Haney fight, because Devin Haney was the overdog and William Skull was the underdog going against the biggest name in boxing. So that made it very entertaining for me to see him demonstrate what he was able to demonstrate versus someone like Canelo. You said what?
Feedback. Never mind.
Okay. So to see William Skull, like I said, he did a little bit too much moving, but it was still entertaining. And Canelo didn't really let go until he would get him up against the ropes. In the middle of the ring, William Skull would plant his feet, and there was moments where they was just at a stalemate, and Canelo wouldn't even engage. It's like he couldn't push off his back foot and jab. It's like he was too worried that his feet was too slow and that he would get countered, or William Skull would just move out the way. So, Canelo had his moments just like William Skull had his moments, and Canelo didn't capitalize on a lot of the opportunities that he had in that fight as well, due to his legs. His legs is like Mayweather's fists, But yeah, that's all I got. Salute TBB.
All right.
Bottom line,
Lauren-
Canelo looked absolutely trash last night, and Terrence Bud Crawford gonna do him bad.
And so
I
Laura's the
got
only one, real quick, Ness, Laura's the only one that can use, the movement effectively against Canelo thus far, right? Skull kind of, didn't do it effectively.
I don't know if Dion is Dominic. I don't know who Dominic is. I don't see you on X unless you are Dion. I'm looking for Dominic with the Zell counterpunch. Where you at? Where you at? No? All right. We got AMG. What up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yo, Ness, is the fight confirmed for Raiders Stadium?
According to everything that's reporting from Ring, yes.
Hell yeah. My girl actually just asked for some PTO for that weekend. So definitely in the building for that. Point of view on the fight last night. I don't know, man. Like, people seem to think that evading punches scores points. And at least I don't see judges rewarding pure evasion. You gotta hit. If you're evading, making a miss, and making them pay, then you're scoring points, in my opinion. But if you're just running around, like Amin said, raising up your hands, just running out of that corner, no offensive mentality whatsoever, to me, Skull went in with a loser's mentality. He wasn't there to win. He was just there to smile every time he made Canelo miss. But are you going to make him pay? It's my thing. So another thing is, every time somebody runs around the ring, you notice it's a very common phrase to say, oh man, he couldn't cut off the ring. He couldn't cut off the ring. It's probably not that easy because you're going to have to stretch to try to cut off this ring. And obviously that's going to leave you vulnerable to counters at that point when you're completely stretched trying to reach the dude that's been running around all fight. And as the offensive fighter, you don't know when he's going to let his hands go. So you always got to keep that in the back of your mind.
You got feet for a reason.
What's that?
You got feet for a reason. Name a fighter that was able to run away from Sean Porter. Keith Thurman had fucking marks on his back from having to rub against the ropes to get away from Sean Porter. You use your feet to cut the ring off as well as your hands.
But Keith was an offensive fighter, though. You cannot compare the performance that Keith tried to have against Porter to the performance that Skull tried to have against Canelo.
I'm not. I'm comparing Canelo, lazy, unspirited ass, to the feet of Porter, who was on young Keith's ass so much that his back had whelps from the ropes. Remember that fight? Go watch it. And look at his back.
I get you. I just think that Porter did not have to work as hard to, quote unquote, cut off the ring on Keith.
Maybe it didn't look
than
that
someone
way.
with the mentality of Skull, or the mentality of Lara, for example, or the mentality of Devin Haney two nights ago.
But maybe they didn't look that way because their feet are slower. Look how slow Canelo was. He thought that Skull should stop. He was frustrated. He's the one with his hands up. He's the one crying and, oh, well, come on, let's fight. Because he want to walk one pace at a time. You think Boots can't cut the ring
I get
off?
what you're saying. I just think at the end of the day, that ain't going to win you the fight. So I'm glad that I've seen a couple of interviews with Crawford.
Bro, he didn't win the fight
ultimately because I just want a good fight.
Shit set up. He didn't win the fight because they had a fucking gold belt waiting for him with his face on it, and Crawford in the audience, bro. Canelo didn't do anything to win that fight.
You scored it for Skull?
I didn't score for either, man. That fight, both them dudes need to be hung from a fucking street light and beat with a lash.
I don't know, man. If you're just evading, you evade punches and then you smile and you never throw back, I don't give you that interaction in the ring.
So if you're not landing and you're just fucking not smiling, you're frowning because the opponent ain't standing.
He's not moving just to move. He's moving because his opponent is making a move.
Doing?
You act like he's just moving for no reason.
What did he do for you to score him the fucking round?
Bro, if I'm chasing you and you're moving and neither of us are throwing punches, the chaser is fucking winning the encounter because he's pushing the other guy to move. How does that not make any sense?
He's winning by not landing.
Neither motherfucker is throwing their hands, but one is moving and the other guy is chasing.
The action, Ness. He's pressing the action.
That was the bell. Man, you guys got that crazy pack. It ain't no name other than crazy pack. How do you win a round because you walking forward? What the fuck is that?
Well, I'm also going to count how many punches you landed, you know what I'm saying? And then include that in who was the aggressor.
Bro, he
how
landed
did that
the
aggression
occasional
occur?
hip shot. The occasional hip shot. Like,
but
where's the
here's
highlights
the
of this fight? I'm about to check if the zone put together some highlights.
While you check that, the difference and the reason why I went back to Lauder is because remember, if Lauder felt and saw that Canelo was stuck, he'd go to the body. Get up, he was, you know what I'm saying? Or he'll go to the like he would be working always with a jab in Canelo's face, something. And that's all I'm saying. Instead of Buddy sliding through with his hands up, showing I'm getting away clean. If he's that fucking slow, you gotta at least put a fucking jab on him. At least.
You gotta think. Sorry, but you gotta think, Champ. I'm a rebuttal right there because it's right on that point. you got to think, man, when you evading a man, the closest he's going to get to you is when you throw your shot. So that's why he was able to look like that against Canelo, because as soon as he extends his jab, Canelo's that goddamn good where he's like, he'll counter him right there, and it disrupts everything. So look, I'm going to say this. When is the last time we seen Canelo look like that?
Laura.
Since Floyd Mayweather.
Laura.
I'd say since Floyd, like that.
Both.
You know, because,
Okay, good.
well,
Yeah, yeah.
I'd say, and the only thing that Skull wasn't doing was looking both ways. It's the only thing he was doing. He wasn't doing that night. I'm sorry to say. And that's what made it look so, and the frustration that we see that he couldn't do nothing about it was that made us look like, God damn. And on top of that, I see it with no sound. I'm not watching this with sound, with commentating, with none of that bias or anything like that. I'm watching it with no sound. I see the frustration that he couldn't do nothing.
He just old, man.
MVP nasty for this. Nasty work.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, Tony.
Nasty work from MVP. Nasty work. They want to keep comparing Amanda Serrano to men. This is so nasty. This is how you create a divide. It's not good.
Though.
Not a good look.
Hold up, though.
Not a good look because women don't watch women don't watch women's boxing. Men watch women's boxing. But that's okay. We're gonna take shots at the men now.
Hold up, though.
Just to argue. You cussed me out because I said exactly what you said last week, bro. You just
women throw more hands than men. We know that. Them women be in there chunking them, homie.
This the thing, though. This the thing, fellas.
This the same.
Ain't nobody got it.
Danabito did yesterday.
No. If you do this, and I don't want to offend nobody, but Ness, if you react to this, then you doing the same shit Clarissa Shields do. Just because Amanda Serrano say something, don't like a hit dog don't gotta holler. If she say I'm throwing more punches than these dudes, let her fucking talk. If she says she making $1 million a purse, let her fucking talk. Let her say what she's saying. She's earned the right to say what she's saying. Only those that are offended is gonna say something. That's all.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Because you know what the men gonna say. They're gonna say, hey man, check the bank account.
Let me catch up. Adrian, $2. So he was praising that blacks are brainwashed. Mustafa counter, we got to. Adrian, $2. Question: did Porter touch Bud? Case closed. Yeah, Porter touched Bud. Almontes, $5. Fellas, tune in to the Inoue card. Rohan Polanco is going to stake the show. I guess he meant steal the show.
347. You a simp, homie. Won't you call in? Let's hear your voice, champ. Let's see what's up. I'm outside, bruh.
He outside. Bacavelli with the counter. Mad Bent, $5. Daily Dose of Tanquil. I agree with Ness. It was preordained. Boxing is won by punches landed. One Way Renzo, $2. Ness, quote unquote, I gotta go, is Sandman at the Apollo. Bacavelli.
Yo, what's good, fellas?
What up?
Peace.
First of all, so far, definitely the fight's been lame. I'm saying I think that got more to do with the fighters, though. You feel me? Personally, I feel like the whole weekend was worth it just because Ryan lost. You feel what I'm saying? That was a big deal for me personally. So, a successful weekend all in all, considering that happened. But as it pertains to last night, right? And I'm all for, if a nigga moving around, you got to cut the ring off. So it is like everybody hold their fair share of the shit. But usually, like, when we see, like, with the Haney shit, you feel what I'm saying? Haney was moving a lot, not getting hit. But the difference between the performances is Haney was outlanding Ramirez. Like, Haney was putting more hands on the dude, whereas the dude was missing more. That wasn't the case in the Canelo fight. Skull missed way more than Canelo. At least that's what the numbers represent. How you moving around and get outlanded? That don't make sense. That's not indicative of someone who's like controlling you controlling the action, sure, but generally in those particular situations, the person who's moving around, like the same thing with Shakur and old dude, Edwin. Shakur was moving around, but Shakur was hitting Edwin more than Edwin could hit him. Edwin was missing way more. But that's not what the numbers represented in this particular fight. So what are you moving for? You moving to get hit more than you hitting the other nigga? What's the point? How can you win a fight doing that? That don't make no sense. And all of the other fights I just listed off, the person who was moving, the person who was on a bike doing a thing, going back and forth, no matter whether you like to see it or not, that was the person who outlanded the other person. That was the person who made the other person miss more. That's not the case in the Canelo Skull fight, is it? So I don't understand how anyone could score it for Skull. Me personally speaking, if you're gonna be on your bike, nigga, you gotta be like I mean was saying, you gotta, at least throw that jab out there. You feel what I'm saying? Put your jab on his face, you feel me? You could do that all night and win the fight, no problem. Outland a nigga, you doing all this moving, make him miss more than how you missing more than him. The nigga, I think they said he had like a 19% punch accuracy. What the fuck is you doing, nigga? Like, I don't understand how any one of y'all niggas could score for Canelo considering that. And that's not to absolve Canelo of guilt, because like we say, at the highest level, you got to be able to cut the ring off for sure. But my point is, if you're on your bike, you can't be the one who's getting outstruck. That can't be. Those two things don't mesh. If you on your bike, you got to be the one hitting and not getting hit. If you on your bike and you missing and getting hit more, you fucking lost the fight. Period. As it pertains to the Crawford fight, I don't want to get overzealous. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Crawford fan. You feel me? But the fight is gonna be different. I'm sure Crawford, is smart. I'm sure like he just won't stand in there and bang. But Crawford, I think, has a lot more professional pride than to go in there and just run around the whole entire time. So for me, the fight is gonna be completely different. You feel what I'm saying? So I don't want to jump the gun and say he's gonna fuck Canelo up just because of the showing. But I think as time gets closer, people will realize the fights is closer than they think. You feel me? But yeah, that's my call. I'm gonna catch up.
Moose.
Move call.
Moose.
Yeah, man. And
This your second
another
count?
thing I noticed.
I ain't get to that counter. This your second one?
No, this is my third one.
Oh, my bad.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and man, another thing I noticed is that when the fight was over, they didn't put up the jab stats. They put up the total punches, and I think they put up the power punches. They didn't mention nothing about the jab in the stats at the end of the fight. Why? Because Canelo wasn't jabbing. There was only one person throwing the jab that fight. And there was only one person landing the jab that fight. And that was William Skoll. So, we know the fix was in. And a lot of people may not be happy with William Skoll's performance. And I feel like he didn't come there to win. He just came there to, not lose, I guess you could say. But Canelo didn't do enough to win that fight, in my opinion. And like I said, he wasn't countering William Skoll for a reason, because William Skoll was coming with that heat. He countered every now and then, but William Skoll, if he threw a two-punch combination, Canelo was literally jumping backwards in the high guard, jumping back when he should have been jumping forward. So I don't want to hear shit about, all that. Nah, man. He lost that motherfucker. But, it is what it is. I ain't even mad that and it's a damn shame that I ain't mad, because I'm not surprised. I'm not mad that they gave it to Canelo. It is what it is. We're going to move on to Terrence Crawford. And I believe Terrence Crawford going to win that fight. I was on the fence at first, but then in the back car, I heard brothers like JT, J-Mac, and Stone Bone breaking it down, and they swayed me. And I was like, you know what? I think Terrence Crawford can get him. And then especially after this fight, it's like that further cemented what they were saying. So, yeah, man, that's all I got, man.
All right, champ. Appreciate the counter. If you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Right now, we're at 240,396. So go ahead and subscribe, and help us get to that next level. Also, looks like we're going to keep these phone lines moving.
So I did some research on the boxers with the biggest endorsement deals. One is Floyd Money Mayweather, welterweight. Two is Manny Pacquiao, welterweight. Three is Saul Canelo Alvarez, 168. Four, Anthony Joshua. Five, George Foreman. Six, Mike Tyson. Seven, Ryan Garcia.
Okay. We got Laugh Out Loud Pillow Counterpunch.
Big Pillow in the building. Big AZ, Sacktown.
Pillow. Pillow.
Canelo wash, man. Bottom line, bro. Crawford about to do that man bad. I asked Grok on that list too. That was a Grok list. I asked Grok.
Salute Grok doing his thing. Pillow. All right. Philly
Yeah, I'm
Rican.
going with Crawford early too.
Yeah.
What up, panel? What's up, Ness? What up, champ? What's going on? Hey,
Peace,
man,
peace.
last night was a nightmare for boxing. Last night was a nightmare for boxing. You know what happened? I think Skull Check bounced. I think it bounced, bro. What happened? He didn't get paid? That thing was, it was horrible, bro. After that performance, that man is banned from Saudi. And I'm glad that I didn't pay for the fight. Go ahead and hit Tuto. Go ahead and hit that fire stick, boys. We back outside button.
We back outside, man. Fire Stick Boys, we lit, man. He's streaming
Yo,
the
we lit, man. I'm glad I didn't pay for that, bro. What's going on? What's going on? Like, that's crazy. You know what? Rolando Romero is the new gatekeeper of boxing at 147. You know what I want to see next? I want to see Rolando Romero versus Norman Jr. next for the WBO. That's what I want to see next. Garcia better never talk about Jerome Ennis ever again. You heard?
Ever.
Because there's a lot of fighters. I can look up the list right now at 147 that he ain't messing with. If you put Barrios in there, Barrios gonna cook Ryan. You know what I'm saying? I think Stanionis will cook Ryan in the ring. And if he go down to 140, which he's gonna just complain about not making weight, he ain't fucking with Gary Russell. He not fucking with Matias. You know what I'm saying? We might even see with the performance that he gave us, we probably even see Richard Hitchens do a great fight against Garcia, like at 140. I mean, we're talking 140, but he need to stay at 147. We understand, making weight and all this other stuff. But we're gonna move on. People talk bad about Rolando Romero, or everybody's talking all over Twitter as if Mayweather invested in bad fighters. Can we not forget, and can we give him his credit? Rolando Romero came from the money team. The money team. Mayweather has never invested in bad fighters. Just look at the resume. You know what I'm saying? I hope that there's no rematch right now for Haney and Garcia next. I think both of them need a tune-up fight. And I'm excited about Bob Arum actually supporting Teo for that Jerome Ennis fight. It's all about the money. But looking at that fight, I got Jerome Ennis winning by knockout. I'm sorry, Tio. It's gonna be a great fight, entertaining, but I think Ennis wins for sure at 147. That's my call, guys.
All right.
Good call, champ. Good analysis. Good analysis.
Yeah,
Pillow.
only hold on. Only thing about his analysis was wrong. He talked about Floyd ain't never invested no bad fighters. No, it's like Floyd had the broad first, and after she left him, they glowed up. So like he might have had it. Like he on some Ray J. You know what I'm saying? Ray J shit. You know what I
Ray
mean?
J.
Like
Bob Arum. Yeah.
Pillow.
Don't be surprised if we get a Terrence Bud Crawford and Canelo Happy Meal at McDonald's.
Pillow.
Dana White. I definitely want to see how Dana White's going to market this.
Pillow's been having a lot of problems connecting. He
Yo.
hasn't been able to connect for a few days now.
You not there, champ.
The boxing god's been trying to stop him from saying something he's gonna regret.
Majid.
I'm saying, chat. I'm saying.
Majid.
Yo, what up, Ness?
What up? Morning.
Everybody need to like the video, subscribe to the channel, join YouTube members and Patreon for something. Um, hey man, I'm feeling like yesterday that shit, it wasn't the best visual and everything, but I just feel like when niggas got springs on their feet, like that shit ridiculous. Like I even thought that damn, maybe they should start taking points and shit. Like that nigga refused to engage. But I seen like we already know a jab is counted as a jab. Somebody mentioned they didn't show the stats, but I thought that anything other than a jab is considered a power shot. So while he doing them jabs, it's like, nigga, you getting hit with body shots. Them shits count. And then the aggression, that count for something too. You know what I'm saying? So I know a lot of people don't like Canelo. I hate on the nigga all the time, but just like the Arislandi Lara fight, I ain't see him losing this shit because it's like they ain't even being effective. When they were showing the replays, you see some of them shots that look like counters. Canelo was turning his head real quick and he missing them shit, but the crowd might have thought that he landed it. We don't know what the fuck the judges was saying, but I'm running with Bud. I'm rolling with Bud, but I just feel like everybody they takes today, this shit is nasty. Like, all right, he couldn't catch him. You know what I'm saying? But the other dude refused to engage, and it is what it is. Like, if we think that he should have been undisputed for that shit, we devaluing undisputed, bro. Like, ain't no way in fucking hell. You know what I'm saying? So I'ma just say shout out to Canelo for doing what the fuck he had to do, even though that shit was extremely hard. Like, ain't no way they gotta stop this shit. This shit it's disgusting. Like, nigga, nah, bro. That scoring system was Ness. I don't think that nobody could give no real breakdown. They more so talking about, oh, he old, he worn out, and all of this shit. And I'm like, for the Crawford fans, if y'all niggas keep calling in doing this shit, y'all gonna make a storyline for if he win, he was washed. Like, get this nigga a credit. And if dude was acting like a bitch yesterday and just staying out the way, being delusional, thinking that he winning and shit. Come on, man. Don't celebrate that shit. Y'all hate Shakur, right? Come on. So don't celebrate that shit today. Keep the same fucking energy. Canelo won that shit, bro. But that's all I got. Niggas tripping.
All right, Quest. What up? Marky
Yo.
the 2-pounder Canelo, a Tupac 05 last night. This you two-tone? What the fuck? Go ahead, champ.
Shout out TBV.
Oh,
Shout out the panel. Shout out the panel.
2-pack.
Oh shit, I see
Salute.
it now.
Shout out the panel. Shout out Two-Tone. Hey, man. Yeah, man. I told y'all, bro. I told Ness. I told y'all this was going to be a harder fight than his last opponents. Canelo, he didn't get knocked down. Niggas telling me, yeah, he knocked down all his last opponents. No knockdown. He ain't stopped shit. So yeah, man, y'all niggas, I was right about Rolly, and I was just right about this being a tougher fight, man. I think, let me speak on this first. Let me speak on this. Turkey, he's right. We need a black African American heavyweight, to really bring the fans in. We know us blacks, we grow up, we want to be football players, basketball players, gang bangers, and we grow up, we want to be those things, boxers, and boxers is on that too. We want to be athletes and we want to have this, but nowadays we don't have that African American heavyweight to really bring the fans in. I don't know if you guys watch football. Michael Parsons, he's on the Cowboys. That nigga, famous DN. If he was just training, if he was like, man, I want to be a boxer, just train boxing his life, man, he could have been like a star. But yeah, he's right though, man. Turkey's right. Yeah, this man, I'm really excited because this weekend wasn't really the fights didn't really give me like the excitement.
but Ryan lost. So yeah, I'm really happy about that, man. Ryan lost, so that's really the highlight of this weekend so far, man. And Crawford, he looks like Canelo's size. I say that, but come on, y'all. I gotta say, man, Crawford, he ain't getting no tune up. He needs to get active, bro. We taking ring rust into account, bro. Ring rust matters. We just seen bro Rolly beat Ryan. Come on, y'all. Got to look at this, man. Crawford's great. If he's really that great, he should win. And I think he's great. But I don't think, man, he has to really go in there. He should have got like a tune-up, bro. Crawford, he's not beating the Canelo, man. Size matters. Even though Canelo has more power, we gotta say that. Crawford, this is gonna be like the same thing. Crawford gonna be running around. He's gonna be on his bike. He's gonna feel that power, and he's gonna take. And he's gonna learn from Skull, bro. Like I'm telling y'all, bro. Crawford, he's gonna lose. He's gonna get that payday. And yeah, man. Canelo, bro. He's wild. He's wild. I won't say that. Shout out to you, y'all.
Nike Hendricks.
Yeah, this fight gonna be on Netflix.
Yep. Gotta unmute. Marky Mark.
What's going on, fellas?
What up with it?
You know, another day at it, man. This weekend, very interesting. I don't think that Devin fight was as boring as people thought it was. Only for me because I was more interested in just seeing how he looked his first time back after that whole Ryan situation. So I was gonna be interested regardless. I just wanted to see what he looked like, to be real. Um, Ryan and Rolly, that makes a lot of people questions a lot of things based off what we saw. But with that Canelo fight, man, I don't know what it is. It's just like I love the fights Turkey's putting together, and that's why I'm so glad that they're putting this fight in Vegas. But it's just like the aura of boxing just not there. You know what I'm saying? Like that aura is just leaving. You feel me? I don't know what it is, but it just I don't know. Shit just don't hit the same. They panning in the stadium. I get it. You know the fight is at 6 a.m. in Saudi, but I see empty seats. This is the face of boxing. How we got the face of boxing with empty seats, like a bunch of them too. You know,
Word.
that
I
was just
seen
odd
that.
to me. That was just super odd to me. Um, one thing I did like, I like how they put a date on it from the jump. Like they said September 12th, so we know what time it
Which
is.
is a Friday though.
It's a Friday. Oh man,
Exactly. You're
I
gonna have
don't
to
know.
take off of work on Thursday just to get here for Friday for the fight.
Yeah. Um. Yeah, man. I don't know, man. But another thing that was interesting to me is how the judges scored the fight. It seemed as if some judges, well, one judge had Canelo by 2 rounds. Like he gave Skull credit for being able to use the ring and move around, where the other judges ain't really give him that much credit for it. But I don't know, man. Our last hope is Inoue, man. Inoue, he has to close the show. Let's see what he put out there, and yeah, man, that's it for me.
Alright.
Yeah, we got to start bigging up the Ray, what's his name, Ray Ford, Ray
Yeah.
Savage, Ray
Yeah.
Savages of the world, Keyshawn Davises of the world, the next generation. Hopefully they squabble. The Four Kings, they shit the bed, man.
Yo,
Tank
you.
never Tank never gave us the fights we want. Ryan Garcia got washed, cooked, never dedicated. Devin Haney,
Yo,
propaganda.
yo, is,
Nah.
is
Yo,
Devin
you.
Haney is
We got
Devin
Bo
Haney the Cuba
Rogers,
Gooding?
fellas. Let me get to these callers. We
Go
got Bo
ahead, Bo.
Rogers.
What up, fam?
What up?
Hey, I'm gonna tell y'all like this. I wouldn't have gave. I don't care. I wouldn't have gave Skull that fight last night. He did. He didn't do enough. He didn't let it. I just too much. I don't want to see that shit.
And if I was a judge, I wouldn't. Ain't no way I would get him because I think he'll fight everybody like that. I do know that Canelo, if you put him in there with somebody who gonna come to him and gonna try to fight, they gonna bang. That dude don't matter who you put him in there with. That's what he gonna do. And I'm tired of seeing them. I don't want to see that shit no more. People gotta understand when Floyd Mayweather was doing his thing back in the day, Floyd was hitting these motherfuckers. Floyd was hitting these motherfuckers with everything. He won't goddamn moving around and not letting his hands go. Floyd will move around, make you miss, and put some goddamn work on your ass. These guys ain't doing that. All these dudes doing is moving, moving, moving. So little punch here. It just got so it's terrible when you sitting there watching the fight and you dozing off. That shit, that's crazy, man. And that's what them fighters did to me. And I'm gonna tell you though, the fight that we should be talking about is the FA and Martin fight. I appreciated that. Those boys were hitting each other. They was bringing it to each other. I'm cool with the draw because didn't even because those dudes saved the weekend if you ask me. But yeah, and I don't want to see Canelo and Crawford because I can tell you this right now. That's Crawford exact plan to do exactly what we just seen because their whole thing is to rob Turk of his money. They don't give a fuck. They gonna get these big paydays and ride off into the sunset. Terrence Crawford whole thing now is going to he gonna do exactly what he just seen that dude do. Move around and try to win a few points by touching them a little bit. I don't want to see that shit. I respect people like Berlanga even more after last night now. Bring me Berlanga. Bring me people like that who come to fight. I don't want to see that bullshit no more. You know, I'm sorry. And I know Canelo will fight if you bring him over in there that's going I ain't got time to be chasing these motherfuckers. So I won't for Turtner to get it right. Don't worry about if these fights ain't popular for a reason. People ain't really asking for those certain fights you've been trying to give us. Let's make the fights that's gonna make that we know for a fact gonna get the fans out their seats. Ain't no need to keep fucking with these guys who just moving around. They can do something else. They wasting our time. They wasting my motherfucking weekend with that shit. I'm kind of pissed off about it. But I'll holler at y'all guys.
Hawk, Maryland.
Yo, Les.
What up?
Ain't nothing, champ. Man, I'm gonna have to go with the general conversation about Canelo Skull. That running is bullshit. I watched Oscar De La Hoya have total control of a fight for 8 rounds against Felix Trinidad and decide to just run around for 4 rounds. And I'm glad they took it from him. And I was betting on him in that fight. He had won that fight. And he started running around. That shit is crazy. It just I don't know. I guess after seeing Devin Haney and the other 2 fights, these guys aren't engaging, man. They not fighting. Chris Eubank and Donald Ben showed us showed us fighting, boxing. Get out there and I mean, we paying to see blood. They got to take this back to the Roman age when they was in the big the Coliseums and they going in there, the people cheer for blood because these dudes ain't doing nothing, man. So I want to see the Canelo Crawford fight because I don't believe for a second Crawford gonna do what that dude did. Crawford too slick. He gonna fight, so we gonna see something. But other than that, I think Canelo should have won because my man was just running, looking pretty. And why he have his hands up in the air so high? Who was he throwing his? Yeah, it looked like he was trying to. I don't know what he was doing. What he putting his hands up like that. It was bullshit. I don't know. Anyway, that's all I got on it, man. I think I've seen Oscar De La Hoya lose a fight doing that same crap. So yeah, judges are getting tired of it. They want to see people fight, man. There's 6 fights the week. Well, I ain't gonna say 6 because Rolly did knock down uh, Ryan, so he was trying. But yeah, people get tired of that shit, man. We paying too much money to see guys dance. This is not a dancing competition. We can pull up
I ain't gonna say P. Diddy because he ain't even dancing no more. But the niggas dancing, we ain't trying to see that no more. We trying to see fighting. So anyway, TBV, number one. I'm out.
All right. Yo, I think I might be all boxed out this weekend. What about you, Tom?
Boxing out?
Like you still got time? Like you still want to do like you still gonna watch Inoue?
Oh hell yeah! I want to watch Rafael Espinoza, my guy Emiliano Vargas. Yeah, I'm hyped for those guys.
Big facts.
Nah, this weekend put me to sleep. Mustafa, what up? This weekend was
I'm
nasty.
not hyped for Inoue though. I'm not an Inoue guy.
I'm hoping Roland Polanco looks good so they can move him fast.
The hell is you talking about? You all boxed out. I never thought I'd hear those words come out of Nestor Gibbs' mouth. This nigga. But yeah, man. I just want to touch on the fight a little bit more between Canelo and William Skull. I'm not, even though I believe Skull. You know, I got to remember that if you're gonna like Majid said, if you're gonna be undisputed, you know, you got to do enough to become undisputed. Now, if that was just a regular fight and nobody knew neither of the fighters, I would say William Skull could have possibly edged out that fight based off what I saw. But if you're fighting the champ, the undisputed champ, yeah, you didn't do enough to take those belts. And what he did is, in my opinion, is not good for boxing as a whole. You know, because people want to see blood, people want to see action, and you know, I'm thinking that the Sheik probably gonna have to get with the people at Pro Box or take on their model because they weaving out. From what I heard, they're weaving out a lot of fighters who do excessive movement. So he may have to consider that when it comes to his matchmaking. You know, is that true that they're doing that
Yeah,
at Pro Box?
yeah.
Yeah.
They don't like a certain
So
style of
you
fighter
know,
because it's not good for TV.
yeah. So they made that may be the route that the Turkey has to take because people are taking advantage. You know, they cruising silk pajamas. You know, but shout out to Canelo, he got his silk pajamas and he's still trying to bring that hammer. But yeah, man. So I agree on that point. You know, that shit not good for boxing. I was just I ain't gonna lie, I fuck with Canelo, but I was still happy to see him fucking to have to chase that man. Like he just kept having to reset and reset every time that dude. I'm like, this shit is crazy. You know, I'm like, hop in there and get on his ass. Even if you got to take a risk, get on his ass. But yeah, he didn't do enough though. So that's all I got. Shout out TBV.
All right. Tip.
Yo, Ness, don't
Yo.
interrupt me here. Don't interrupt me here. And I want the editor to clip this. I want the editor to clip this. I want an engagement farm right quick, right? Because, I just want people to wake up. I want people to wake up, you know what I'm saying, and smell the bacon, right? I need them to wake up and smell the bacon, right? So I want people to tell me what Canelo Alvarez did to win against William Skull. I want them to tell me what Devin Haney did to win against Jose Ramirez, and then tell me what Shakur Stevenson did to win against Edwin De Los Santos, right? Then I want people to tell me what Danielito Zaria did to lose against Regis Prograis and what Jermaine Ortiz and Sandor Martin did to lose against Teofimo Lopez. I want you to watch all of those fights, and then tell me why none of them had the same result. I want you all to watch those fights and then tell me why none of them had the same result. If you know, you know. The fighter with the money behind him is always going to be back to win the fight. Always going to be in favor of the A side fighter. Point blank, period. Let me move on. Stonebone. Stonebone goes on to say, what's the biggest gate for an American white boxer? See, this is my problem. Limitations. We're limiting it to an American white fighter? Why can't we just say, what is the biggest gate behind an American fighter? See, if you look at the top 10 fights in boxing history of biggest gates, 9 of them just so happen to be American. 9 of them happen to be American. Jake Paul is on there. Mike Tyson is on there. Who else? Floyd Mayweather, Earl Spence, Terrence Crawford. I'm missing somebody else. Oscar De La Hoya. I know I'm missing somebody else. I'm missing one other name.
Tank and Ryan.
Tank and Ryan. Like, you know what I'm saying? Guess what they all have in common? They're American. It's not about the skin color. It's the fact that they're American. The American is going to move the sport. That's all that matters, is that the American fighter is going to move. Like, do y'all not realize, hey, like, if a Tommy Morrison or had beat a Mike Tyson, do you know the numbers Tommy Morrison would have did in the heavyweight division? Like, Caleb Plant ended up beating Canelo Alvarez. Do you know what type of numbers Caleb Plant would have did? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. Like, this you just gotta logically think, bro. You know what I'm saying? And then one thing these dudes all have in common is like I said, they connect with their urban audience, bro. They connect with the urban audience. There's a reason why Kelly Pavlik could not. You can run me for one more. There's a reason Kelly Pavlik couldn't get over. Kelly Pavlik was a dog. Y'all gotta remember, Kelly Pavlik got bodies on his resume, bro. Kelly Pavlik got some good wins on his resume. But Kelly Pavlik just couldn't get over because he couldn't connect to that certain audience. It's like Bob Bear said, that nigga was attracted to skinheads. like come on, bro. Like y'all just gotta pay attention to certain shit. Like boxing moves in a certain way. It moves in a certain way. If Richie Torres could get that community behind him, Richard is going to sell. He's going to be box office because the motherfucker already comes to scrap, bro. He just got to be able to talk that shit. And then once he's able to talk that shit, oh, motherfuckers is going to love Torres. But he's too much of a nice guy, so he might never get there. That's the truth of the matter. Or he could be like a pretty boy De La Hoya. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know, he has the, he talks a certain way. But when he gets in the ring, the motherfucker's scrappy as hell. So we just never know, man. We just never know. You know, time will tell. And then the whole thing about people criticize Caleb Plant for having a black wife. I've never heard this a day in my life. I don't know where this came from. I've like in any boxing space, I've never heard anybody say, "Yo, white people rejecting Caleb Plant because he got a black wife." I don't know where y'all be getting this shit from, bro. Like I don't. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah, y'all gotta quit that shit, man, because it just don't make sense. Like, where do these talks occur? I would love to know where these talks occur. Like, point me to the direction where people are saying, yo, white people are not connecting with Caleb Plant because he got a black wife. That's the most stupid, this stupid thing I've ever heard, bro. Stupid thing I ever heard. You know what I'm saying? That nigga's from Memphis. I mean, not Memphis, but Tennessee. Like that's just culturally mixed down there. Like, I don't know where y'all be getting this shit from, man. Y'all niggas are stuck in this box, and y'all need to get out of this box, bro. Y'all need to get out of this box. But I'm gone, man. I'm gone.
In regards to the black heavyweight throughout history, the black heavyweight has been a menacing guy. Mike Tyson was menacing. Joe Louis was menacing. George Foreman was menacing. Muhammad Ali was polarizing. Deontay Wilder was menacing. When Wilder was going on his run, bro, like I watched Wilder 3 in the movie theater. If I don't tell you the amount of black men that actually were dropping tears when Wilder was getting whooped pillar to post, and the joy when he knocked down Tyson Fury in that third fight, bro, the black heavyweight, when they're big menacing guys, that brings the black community together, man. Facts, bro.
Nah, hell yeah. Yes, sir. I'm creating a little meme right now. It was actually pretty easy to do.
Floyd Mayweather, man. Floyd Mayweather had the culture lit. Fight parties. I watched Floyd Mayweather versus Victor Ortiz in a fucking nightclub. They did a
That was a crazy fight right there too. When he boom, knocked him right
Yeah,
on the ass.
yeah, Sonny Liston. Like Richard Torres, that's my guy. But nah, unless they match make Richard Torres and start knocking shit loose, nah, man.
I got Joe Sway, $2. Why Americans love the Running Man boxing style. Trash emoji. Alan Day, $2. Nello feet look like Tyson versus Paul. Yeah, he was in Cemento. We got Pistol Parkway Mozzie, $10. Ness is just pissed off, and for a good reason, but he knows damn well what ring generalship means, especially in a fight where no one is throwing. Canelo shut out. He tried more than De Los Santos. Jerry Soriano, $2. Canelo moves by choppy motion, can't slide his feet. Ike, 2-pounder. Ness, what did you think of Leon's performance? I gave it already, a bit robotic. He gets hit. He's certainly not the Cuban Laura, Gamboa, Iglesias, or Morel. Darius Flowers, $2. Dribble lip, different results, cause different judges. That was towards Tip. Looks like I got to everybody. Right back at it in a couple hours for the live fight chat. Peace, Tone. 702, where can they find you?
702, you can find me on YouTube, 702 Boxing or 702 Exotic. Tone.
Yeah, follow me on YouTube, Two Tone the Superstar. The Hatrix, we real lit over there. We have a great time. And follow me on Instagram too, man. I got a lot of trending news. I do my reactions to it. So yeah, check that out, man.
Tone, you sent me this. I just want to share it before we go because while this looks amazing, bro, we can't act like people wouldn't have thrown something here. Like, look at how they made us believe this would be. It's
Now,
just
Ness,
unrealistic. It's just
triple
unrealistic.
section. Oh, triple section. You see that area right there? Now let fans just like at a concert. Just like when they do award shows and they have those fans right there when they're performing. Then the rich niggas sit behind them or put the rich niggas somewhere else. But you could have did different clearances right here. That could have been different clearances.
I don't know. It just looks like a security, issue there. Like anybody could throw a soda. And listen, I've been in DC. They threw sodas in the ring. This shit could happen, bro. It's just too crazy. They gotta consider us for sure in the Edgar fight. So I hope they get it right. But on that note, peace.
Peace and love.